because to go forward nationally lazima tukue tumecurb some things. That is ndio maana development unapata inakuwa maybe in one place or the other hakuna. Yeah, but again tunaendelea. This is your space, please request the mic, and again kama ushaongea please you can yield the mic so that we give others other speakers pia wakuje, other listeners wakuje kwa speaker panel, because tuko na request and the speaker panel is full. If you have not spoken, just raise your hand and please don't put it down, ndio tusikupite, ndio tukupatie chance uongee. So naendelea. The real Joe, I'll come to you first, then we'll come to you, Wanjiru. The real Joe, by the way, I forgot, you said it's your birthday, but again, ukasema to send funds, but I remembered you also said you have a company. Bana weka kakitu bana, bundles zimeisha. But again, that's on a light note. Real Joe.
Kwa hiyo sema against watu kunitumia kakitu. Wewe bana usijaribu hiyo kitu. Kuna watu wanatuma.
Watu wakutumie tu alafu nigawie.
Sawa.
Wewe ni mtu wetu.
Hata watume nione.
Hata
watume nione ni ngapi. Sawa. Anyway, I think what I want to say, most of the things it is very difficult by there, as DK had said earlier, to actually speak after Western ameongea. It is usually very difficult because of how he talks on these spaces, and it's always very good to engage Western. And Western, by the way, let me just give you a promise. One day when I grow up and become a space host, I will give you 1 hour in my spaces to speak to the and give us the wisdom. I'll give you 1 hour when I grow up and become a space host. Anyway, having said that, there's a concept that Western talked about.
Kuna tu shida moja sasa, unless Western aendelee kuomba sana, because if you don't grow up then Western doesn't get 1 hour, but that is fine. Okay, go ahead.
I will grow up and become a space host, don't worry. Anyway, Western said that Western actually equated political power, and I really like this concept. That's why I raised my hand up. Political power to resource, to a resource that should be distributed equally. And I like that concept. Political power as a resource that should be distributed equally. And unfortunately, it has not been that way. Some of the speakers have already spoken about our leadership, which has been majorly Kalenjin Kikuyu. And I saw that as a very good concept of rotating the political power among other tribes as well. So it is very serious when I look at it and go back and think that, Kenyatta took it for 14 years, Moi came 24 years, Kibaki came 10 years. So we have like another Uhuru came 10 years. Then now we have Ruto, I don't know, he's trying to make it 14. If you look at it, those two tribes have been at the helm of the leadership. I don't want to make it about the tribe for me when it comes to leadership. Still, I would want to evaluate the leader, the person who is fronting themselves to become a leader. But I will moving forward, take that advisory from Western, that moving forward, if I have to select between a Kikuyu and a Luo, I will first of all look at the competence, which Kowino has really been talking about, competence. But for me, competence in leadership lies in chapter 6 of our constitution, integrity, leadership and integrity. All the competence is listed there. I will look at competence. Then, if they are both competent, then what do I look for? Because we can have a scenario where both of them are competent. Then what do I look at? Then at this point, I will be forced to vote for a Luo. Why? I've never seen a Luo president. I mean, forgive me for saying that. I've never seen a Luo president, then I will vote for a Luo. I've participated in elections twice. So mimi si mzee hivyo sana. I've participated in election twice. I voted for Raila those 2 times I've participated in elections. I voted for Raila twice. Disappointingly, I'm disappointed this time round for the stance that it chose. But the reason I voted twice for him, comparing Raila and Uhuru, I felt Raila was more mature than Uhuru, and the ideologies were different, and Uhuru was an ICC convict. then. I mean, comparing Raila to Ruto, I voted Raila because by then Ruto was the most corrupt leader. He had everything of corruption against him. So I was just within my rights to vote for Raila. But this political landscape has made leadership about groupings, which at some point, in yesterday's space, I said that, you know, the people of Kirinyaga, from where they are, to narrow it down. Yes.
Joe, I hope sitafanya
I don't know if it's me. Ni kama una break. I don't know if it's me.
Umesema you voted for
What, Kowino, we can't hear you. Abu, fix your mic.
Bana. Kowino.
I thought it was me. I thought it was me.
the other candidate.
Kowino, Abu, drop a
Kowino, ongea kidogo.
Real Joe, you just carry on.
Shida za study.
Real Joe, you just carry on.
Ni shida za study.
Okay, so the political grouping has made it about tribes, as we have previous speakers have also spoken about this. But for me, if I narrow it down to someone in the villages in Kirinyaga County, they would look at someone who would represent their interests. Their interests are their normal lifestyle, what they do, how they earn a living. Then you start, because I look at leadership even in our traditional African society. It's leadership started with the father in the house. Then it went to the council of elders. Then it went to the supreme leader. Okay, so the father in the house leads the affairs of the house. He's supposed to represent the house when it comes to affairs of the clan. He's supposed to represent the house in the clan, and he's supposed to present the interest of the house, something like that, going upwards. So if I am from the remote village in Karachuonyo huko ndani, what do we do, the people of Karachuonyo? What are the things that we affect us directly? Okay, who can represent? And this person who understands us, then he goes to the national level. Maybe he has also to group up with other people as well. I mean, I don't know whether I'm saying it. I don't know whether I'm right to put it that way. He has to, again, group up with other people, because there are also interests of people from Western. There are interests of people from Eastern. There are interests of people from the coastal region. Then you have to group up with all these people who represent interests from all those other places, okay, and make it into one national interest, okay, so that you serve the national interest. And that is what the Constitution meant by diversity. And that's why the Constitution wanted us to have a devolved government, so that communities manage their own affairs. Then it comes from communities going upwards to the national level. That is what I tend to imagine. So moving forward, how then do we ensure that we don't have tribalism? Because we have tribes. We have tribes. Weston said that clearly, we have tribes. How then do we ensure that we don't have tribalism? Because tribalism affects us mostly on the national level. On the local level, ukienda kama Homa Bay County, 90%, 99% of MCS ni Wajaluo. There's nothing, you'll never hear about tribalism there. In your local county, you'll never hear about tribalism, but you'll hear about it at the national level. How do we ensure that we end it at the national level? I would love to hear sentiments about that. How do we ensure that we kill it at the national level? Because at the local level, we'll not hear about tribalism. We'll only hear it maybe if a Luo goes, or if a Kikuyu comes to live in Homa Bay, then they might experience it, because maybe they are not conversant with the cultures and things like that. They might experience it. That one is for a fact. They might experience tribalism. They might not get equal treatment and things like that. They might experience that. Okay, but how then do we solve this? That is the question for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I was asking you something. Unanisikia sahi, Real Joe?
Yes, I can hear you, Okowino.
Okay, my question was, ulikuwa mention hiyo part ya the reason why you voted Raila and why you did not vote Ruto, because corruption was written all over him. And something came to my mind immediately. I was like, what if Raila was going against another candidate who is not Ruto and who is very popular, just like Raila himself or like Ruto? But Ruto, who is corrupt, is supporting Raila. Would you have given your vote to someone else just because a corrupt person is supporting Raila, or would you still have voted Raila?
Actually, to be honest, I would have voted Raila. I'll tell you why. I subscribed to the political ideologies of Raila Odinga from way back, and this was instilled. It was passed down to me from my father. Like I just said, the father was the head of politics, was the head of the home, and he was also head of the political affairs. So when he supported something, traditionally, everybody in the house supported. So I mean, in our house, baba akisema ni Raila tosha, he convinces us Raila tosha, we will go and vote Raila. So I subscribe to the political ideology then of social justice. He has been fighting for social justice, and you know that. We all know that. So that's something that I subscribe to. So I would have still voted for Raila, unfortunately. I don't know whether that answers you.
Yeah, you've answered me. You've answered me. Yeah. Binti.
So, Santeni, thank you very much, Real Joe, and happy birthday again. Hopefully, you'll find a little bit of a present in your M-Pesa, whoever feels like it. Wanjiru, Sasa, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mbona nimekata tena? Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Wanyama. Good morning, Binti. Good morning, Kawina. Happy birthday, Lil Joe. Good morning, everyone. So, back to the topic on tribalism. I think Kawina was asking the question on if you suffer tribalism. Yeah, I think everyone in Kenya has suffered tribalism in one way or another. For me, especially when I went to uni, I didn't know I had that deep Kikuyu accent, you know. So I went to university. Hey, Jamini, see you guys. Yeah, it was really hard for me the first few weeks because my Kikuyu was so deep from all the way from Nyeri. So yeah, you should stop these things of making people don't at a strategy. Okay, let me just go to the topic. Yeah, so I wanted also to say something about the difference between tribalism and culture, because I identify as Kikuyu, that is Wanjiru, of course, and I do so love my culture. I do so love my culture, and I do like also speaking Kikuyu for that sake. I think we're all saying I wouldn't vote because it's from my tribe. With me loving my culture, that doesn't mean I should not love Owino, you know, or Wanyama or Wafura. I shouldn't love them.
Oh, Kowino. Okay. Oh.
So, okay, that doesn't mean I shouldn't love Kowino, you know. It makes me also be intrigued. I would like to know what Kowino has in of course what he has. Mbona naongea hivyo? Yeah. So what? Okay, let me just finish. Okay. So for me, loving my culture doesn't mean that my kids will not speak Kikuyu because we are of tribalism. I'm one person who is against tribalism, but that doesn't mean my kids when I grow up. When I have kids. So hii tabia ya when we grow up we want to be president, tuiache tafadhali. Ona me at almost 30 naongea when I grow up. When I have kids, I would really like my kids to speak Kikuyu, to speak Swahili, and to speak English, and to speak their father's language, whichever language that will be. It's form of identity, because we all identify as Kenyans, but at the same time we also identify with me being from Kikuyu and Mobi, me being from, you know, that's my culture, that's me. If we all start identifying as Kenyans, of course we all identify as Kenyans, but we also identify with our sub-tribes. But the only thing that we lack is the unity part, I would say. and the unity we are lacking, because I say I live in Europe. When you go to France, it's full of people who speak French. When you go to Italy, it's full of people who speak Italian. Go to Germany, it's full of people who speak German. So I would maybe blame it on Wazungus when they came to colonize us and they started making all these, sub-tribes live together. They started making Kikuyus and Karis come together, and we didn't have a common language by then, so we had to adapt Swahili, and we had to adopt a common language. I think someone was speaking about Nigeria. I think it was Western. I think the thing that's make us fight together, we fight the tribal thing, is because of how we were divided. I would maybe try to be a devil's advocate and say, how would Kenya look like if Kikuyu had their own nation? Pwani was Pwani sio Kenya. I also had Nyanza sio Kenya tena. What do you think if we had those small tribes like in Rwanda, where we have Rwanda, or Burundi, it's full of just maybe Hutu or Tutsi, I think if that would happen, that would maybe the cure for the tribes. But now we are forced to live together, and being forced to live together means that we are also forced to love each other. We are forced to welcome each other. We are forced to adapt our cultures. We are forced to have one culture, which is Kenya. So let's not maybe allow the political people like Gachagua. I actually hate Gachagua. Mimi nikimpata nitampiga kofi. We should not allow people like Gachagua coming to
ako waenda Russia huko maombi sahi. Nimekuambia location.
Niende unimpigie huko. Okay. We should not make people like Gachagua, talking of Mulima. These jokes of ama ni fence Mulima, like who gave him the power of Mulima? Like nani alimpatia atinie sasa anaongoza Mlima? Nani alimpatia hiyo power, by the way? Ama uone mtu kama Raila, yani huwezi ongea tu kuhusu Nyanza kama hujataja Raila. Nani alipatia these people leadership qualities za tini mimi, if you want to go through Nyanza you have to pass through Raila? Ama the Njuri Njeke, hao kwanza sijui wanafanya to respect elders, by the way. Ati sasa nao Njuri Njeke wanakuja kusema sisi Kidiki tumesema ni Kidiki mtu wetu wa Mlima. Hiyo ni tabia gani wanafanya? Like, to be honest, if you have to go to these political kingpin leaders, they should be removed. Na ni sisi tutawatoa, na tutaanzia na pia kuambia our great grandfathers, hawa kina Njuri Njeke, hawa kina elders sijui wanakujanga kusanctify vitu zinakanga uchawi saa zingine. Anyway, ni culture yao, poleni. But we should start with telling them this is not the right thing to do, because you start how do you elect even someone as a kingpin when mtu ameua watu, mtu is full of corruption, someone has been in power? And this Njuri Njeke, kwanza I hate them. Unapata ni wababa hata kwa hawajakunywa chai asubuhi, and they are there now singing Kidiki, they are singing now he's the Mulima 2 or Mulima 0. Hiyo ni mchezo gani? Like, to be honest, people wanabeba ujinga sababu ya these things called tribe. Of course, I already said the boundary between who is that knocking on my door? The boundary between culture and tribalism is thin, but we should trend like carefree on that line of being, not forgetting your Kowino and not forgetting your Wanyama, not forgetting your tribes and not forget your culture. But at the same time, it's maybe a good time we form a Kenyan culture. We form like one big Kenyan culture. I like it when when you go abroad and you meet Kenyans. It's such a beautiful thing, because no one identifies as a culture. No one identifies with tribe. No one sees me talking bad in. No one notices my L and R crashing. So it's good. We identify and have one good Kenyan culture. No, we have like. We identify who are Kenyans. Like, I like the Rwandese people. When you meet them, you really find the love between them. They don't identify as Hutu and Tutsi. They identify as Rwandese. So you like, Rwandese do like this, Rwandese do like that, Rwandese do like this. I actually find it very, very beautiful. When you come, also Kenyans abroad, the ones I've met, they're actually like some beautiful souls, but when you just land in JKIA, that's when you realize guy yake ni kweli nafaa kurudi kwetu Nyahururu. Anyway, yeah, let me just leave it from here. I need to also start working. Haya, kwaherini.
Wanchiro, thank you so much. Thank you. It's always good to have you here. Asante sana, and pole for being discriminated. I know everyone has gone through these discriminations, maybe because of your accent. Kama ukiwa huko kwetu, unajua huko kwetu kuna accent strong, hata si mnanisikia vile naongea, kuna accent strong, omera bwana, and all that. You just get branded immediately. Yeah, they're not good. Sometimes they doesn't sit well with people. But again, it is good to be proud of where you come from. Tribe, like Wale said it here, tribe is different from tribalism. And isn't it tunafaa to distinguish and to jue tukae nazo, we live with them and all that. So yeah, tunaendelea. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep tweeting, keep sharing your comments in the comment section. I'll be going through the comment section after the next speaker, so drop your comments. Msifikiri tumewasahau our listeners who are dropping your comments in the comment section. Please share the space in your timelines, all that. Follow the self-proclaimed favorite host and the two favorite co-hosts who are not self-proclaimed. Yeah. So tunaendelea. I'll go to Rasji. Rasji, jambo. How are you?
Hi, Koino. Nice to hear from you.
Thank you. Nice to hear from
fellow
you.
Patriots, good morning. Great to see you guys. And Koino, before I forget, a little message for you, and I want to take it to Jaro Soja. You know Jaro Soja, isn't it?
Yes.
I want you to remind you, Gor Mahia is a national treasure. Yeah. Some of us who come from parts of the country support Gor Mahia, and Gor Mahia is a national treasure. So he should not reduce Gor Mahia into some. The topic is. I saw the other day Jaro Soja make a video around you, kijaribu kuguza baba, kijaribu kuguza Ruto. Tells Jaro Soja that's not the club would want. The club does not identify itself on any political affiliation or anything. So I think it's a good message. I know you are capable of meeting Jaro Soja. Now, today I think some of my friends here will be very uncomfortable with what I'm about to submit. I wish to be very brief. We elected the parliament. And from where I sit, I don't believe the parliament at a particular time has even authority of a debate in parliament to impeach one regarding Gachagua. I'm not saying this because I'm a Morima person. Like I've said before, I'm a mix of tribes and identify myself from where Wanyama comes, from where Biti comes, and everything. But as much as I don't subscribe to the politics of one regarding Gachagua, the nation, we should read this deeply. William Ruto is using the tribal card to blackmail, even intimidate, and use institutions like the DCI to intimidate fellow politicians, because those are politicians. And at this very juncture, there are MPs who are being paid to make sure that impeachment motion of one Gachagua goes to the floor. And this money being used, our tax money. At this particular time, the Republic is battling a lot of things. The healthcare is not working. As we talk, there is a deliberate attempt to move civil servants forcibly kutoka from NHIF to yes.
Sijui ni mimi na struggle kukusikia, nipigie my network provider ama is it everyone?
No, Russ, your mic is actually very bad. Why don't you just drop for a second and we'll put you back to speak afterwards. So
my mic is not okay.
We can hear
Okay.
you, but you sound like a
Yeah,
robot.
yeah. Ni kama una break, something like that.
Ama wamenifanyia ile kitu. Let me drop kwanza and then come back if I'm not clear. And I also get an
Sawa. Thank you.
opportunity to check my net.
Okay, fine.
Sasa.
Okay.
In the meantime, we just go to Lynn and then you read your comments, Kowino.
Yeah. Let Lynn go first, then we read the comments since Ras Badako amemaliza and all that.
Sasa, Lynn.
Thank you. Asanteni sana binti mambo Kowino. Wanyama. I hope mko salama. So, mi nataka kusema, oh my God. Nataka kusema that tribalism ni kaugonjwa. Na Kowino, thank you sababu I'm gonna say this because wewe ndo ulianza kusema tuambiane ukweli, watu waache kudanganyana. Nimesikia mtu akisema ataongea Kiswahili jieni wa Mrima. Watu wa Mrima kizungu inatupiganga chenga right, left and center. But anyway, bora tunasikizana. So mimi nataka kusema tribalism, tukiangalia tu fact na tuseme ukweli. Tribalism in my generation haiko, kabisa haiko. Like me and every person who is of my age, ana place ya tribalism. Lakini ebu fika kwa our millennials, generation X, na our easy generation mzee. They are so tribal. Like at the beginning of this conversation, ndio nimekuwa tu hapa chini nasikiza. In the beginning, I thought tribalism was the problem. Later on, nikadiscover, kulingana na venye nimesikia hapa watu wakitoa points, comments, suggestion, correcting others, nikadiscover, actually tribalism si shida. Shida ni mentality ya hawa watu wazee. This old generation, mko na mentality very sick. Like kuna mtu amesema, unasema ati, saizi tunafaa kuongea ati mambo za venye we are going to build our country, venye history ya tribalism tutaitoa, alafu kuna mtu anatuambia, you know, like Jaramogi kupewa haki yake, so Jaramogi like, ebu go listen to millennials and this old generation. Everything they say, their future depends on the past and the history of others. They don't even believe they can make their own history. They don't even know they can make a history out of them. Like they have to dwell in the past. If they want to come up with a point, they will say, you know, in Singapore, in Germany, in Necromancer, 1961, in whatever, 1308, like millennials and the old generation, you're so sickening. I'll tell you for the truth, it is ni wasem kona mentality ingine hadi sijui by the tutaweza kudeal nayo aje. Like saizi kuna mtu amesema tu hapa like anaweza pea Raila. Hata kama kwa hiyo nakauliza kama Raila anasapotiwa na Ruto utampea tu tampea tu. Like you millennials akili zenu zinawafanya mna forget things very fast. Na mna reason very funny. Like mimi hata malaika akashuka aseme ni support Raila siwezi. Hata nikiambiwa ati au go to hell kama sita support Raila I better ban. Nitaenda nikuwe kama kuniza kwanza. Kwa sababu I cannot in my right senses, even when I'm mad or drunk or I've smoked bang, I cannot support a man mwenye aliingia kwa government kwa sababu ya damu ya wenzetu. Irregardless of the past, irregardless of their history, it's time for us to create our own history. Si time ya kusema ati unajua lazima hii kitu iende hivi, this is how things go how. Things go how. We plan things the way we want them to be. For God's sake, we are small gods. Sisi ndo tunasema this is what we want for ourselves and this is what we don't want. But tukiwa na ile mentality ya unajua in 2007 hivi ndo kulienda, so 2027 hivi ndo kunafaa kuenda. Who told you that the past is the blueprint of life? Nani aliwaambia? Na hii kitu utaipata kwa mtu mwenye ni age yangu, kuta kwa millennials. Like millennials vile nyinyi mnafikiria mambo zenu hadi nimechoka. Like mimi nimefika point hata siwezi kaa chini niongee na millennials. Juu nasikia kama nitawalamba hedi. Juu vile mna reason, mna bow kabisa. And this is why I said maziwa ya Nyayo had a problem. And I'll keep on insisting. Like ebu tell me why. Saizi kuna millennial kitu tu ikifanyika they will just forget. Lakini kama sisi Gen Z, mimi siwezi simama hapa nione ati mtu anapiga msee alafu uniambie unajua huyu ni Mjaluo, kwani Mjaluo si mtu? Right? Ati unajua huyu ni Mkisi, kwani Mkisi si mtu? You millennials, I have to install some senses that you lack right now in your head. Na niwaambie, ebu you guys interact na maniba wenu, mjuane na wase, na mkono ufala sana. Mko na ufala na mimi nitawaambia. I'll call you the devils you are. Mko na ufala. Kwa shule tunapewa roommates wase wenye si tribe yetu na tunaishi tu vizuri, very peaceful. Tukitake care of each other. Unapata mse ananifanyia kitu na hata si Mkikuyu, anatoka kwao home ananiletea vitu na hata si wa kwetu. And I'll consume those things na sitakuwa na mentality ya aliniroga, amenifanyia, they want to do this. Lakini mkitoka shule mnakuja kukua mavampires zenye hata si understand mmerogwa na nani. Mnaanza kusema you know the Luo's tradition, like my father is the head of the family, my father says yes, yes is the yes and no is not supposed to be said. Like what nonsense in the name of millennium is this? What nonsense? Yeah? Hiyo ni ufala gani? Ati mtu anasema like kama venye kuna mtu amesema hapa alikataliwa juu shosho yake. Like my grandmother. Kuna mtu ataniambia unajua familia yetu na Wakamba atuendanangi. Kwani mimi ni familia yenu? I am lean, niko na maisha yangu. I know what I want for myself. I know what is good for me. Na kama Waluya wataniumiza, hata niende waniumize, nikuwe na experience yangu peke yangu. Acheni kunipea experience za watu sikuona. Acheni kuniambia ati mababu zetu, kwani mimi niliwakuta. Wangekuwa na kitu ya maana kuniambia, si wangekuwa uhai hadi sasa hivi waniambie wenyewe. Mbona mnaniwekea information ya wahenga mnipasie from one generation to another? That is being slave. Hiyo ni utumwa na me I will not put myself in it. Another thing I want to tell you millennials and the old generation, the reason as to why the nation is suffering is because of you guys. Nyinyi mngekuwa wajasiri mngetupigania hadi before mtuzae. But mli move too forward mkatuzaa mkisema usiguze serikali iko na miguu nono, iko na mikono refu, like whatever the nonsense that is. Like you guys mnafaa kama hamna kitu tu ya maana ya kusema mnanyamaza. Juu vitu mnasema hata hazi make sense, zinafanya tunaanza kujiuliza your thinking and your age they are not aligning. Tunawa disrespect. Sieti kwa sababu hatuna heshima, kwa sababu hatuna heshima ya kuwaste. You guys amjirespect vile mnasema. Mtanichukia but let it be, but mimi nitawaambia ukweli. Ebu guys, kweni friends na Waluya. You know there's this friend of mine alikuwa Mluya, nikaenda matanga kwao. Let me tell you guys, nilishiba. I've never attended a good matanga like that one. Mimi nimeishi kuzika watu hadi maneiba, but sijai attend matanga mzuri kama hiyo. Hiyo matanga guys, nilikula mandazi, like ilikuwa tu inaletwa hivi na basin, tunakaa chini tunakula, tuna focus na food, alafu then tunamon baadaye. Tunakaka tunaletewa, like you guys you're supposed to open your mind, mjue raha iko huku nje kwa watu wenye
Lynn, this
right?
is Wanyama. Unataka ukidefend tafadhali. Hey. Acha kuataka
It
ukidefend.
is true, actually ukweli. You know hadi nikaadmire kwenda mazishi mingi. Like me siwezi sikia ati my friend ni Mluya kuna mazishi
Ngoja.
ni happy au
So you prefer ukienda Uluyani, una prefer watu wakufe sana Uluyani uende huko mazishi ati hadi nika prefer kwenda mamazishi.
Si hivyo venye ina sound like ukweli ni kama watu wengi wenye ni tribal wangejua like hawa watu huwa mnaeka uenmity na wao, they are the good people. Yeah? Mimi nilikuwa na ile mentality ya kusikia Wakisii ni warogi and stuff until nikaenda kwa Wakisii nika home na mandizi na sikuwa nimenunua. Like nikajua people are not what we are told. Meet people, know them by yourself. Uwajue wewe mwenyewe ndo ujue kama Wakisii ni wazuri ama ni wabaya. Hata kuambiwa ati Wakikuyu ni wabaya. For example, kuna watu wanasema Gachagua is the leader of tribalism. Let me tell you one thing. Gachagua is not even tribal. Like, do you know, for a person to be tribal, angekuwa ana favor tribe yake. Gachagua hakuna kitu amefanyia hiyo mlima anashindanga akiita. He has done nothing. Ebu angalia kwa watu wa mlima, tulikuanga na kahawa, ilienda wapi? Tuliota kama kuni, tulipika nayo githeri. For a fact, shamba zetu hazina kahawa anymore. Right? Kuna majani. Nani hajaona watu wa majani wakipigwa tear gas? Na yeye atasimama hapo atasema mlima ni yangu, mlima nitafence. Lakini mimi mtu kama Lynn akisema mlima ni yake na angalia nini amefanya kwa mlima na unani nonsense. Na hiyo ndo kitu inafanya hadi niseme hata Muthoni wa Gashomba is in the same WhatsApp group with those people, hata kama alikuwa anajifanya na people what they are. Lakini kama alikuwa na support mlima, hiyo ingekuwa story nyingine. Lakini yeye anasema yeye ni wa mlima, anafanya watu wengine wa western waone kama sisi watu wa mlima ni wabaya na hata si hatusaidii. And this is why I insist they go home together. Waende tu wote pamoja. Like that is how we're going to heal this nation. But above all, millennials and the old generation, The reason is to why me I insist msini advice is because advices zenu they are based in the history of the dead, history of people who died long time ago, and you want to put them in my life. Na it is 2024, guys, you have to sit down. Nyinyi millennials na all generation mjiite mkutano, mfike mapema kabla mjamaliza mkutano. Personal meeting na mfike mapema sana. Muweze kujiuliza where did you go wrong. Kama ni damu zenu zimemixiwa na maziwa ya nyayo, tafuteni antibiotics zinaweza wahili, mtafute 140 mkunywe na aloe vera. Vitu zitawatengeneza, zita revive brains zenu, muweze kufikiria that mtu akikosea amekosea. Mtu kama Raila hata akisimama president afai kukuwa na kura more than one na ni yake peke yake, kwa sababu huyo ni mtu anasimama kwa damu ya wananchi. Mtu alituongelesha vibaya kwa revolution yetu, huyo ni mtu ambaye ni adui. Hata akikuja na kanzu, huyo ni adui. Lakini utasikia millennial, no, unajua tulisoma na yeye alikuwa leader sijui wa wapi. That is the nonsense we need to eliminate and install wisdom of love and unity. Na that is how our country will grow. So hizi stories za Mluya na Mkamba and whatever, sisi wote nikimalizia mapua zetu zimeangalia chini, and that is where we go by the end of the day. Ukiona mtu mwenye mapua zake zimeangalia juu, then you can be tribal with them. But as long as mapua zangu zina face down na zako zina face down na we inhale mchanga, reason twice before you say a certain person is not good because they are Luyas or whatever. That is madness. And I'm calling every person mwenye anasema, oh, unajua tribalism yezi isha, you are a mad person. Na Mungu awasaidie to revive your brains. Asanteni.
Niko sure watu wengi, maybe 50% of people hapa wameshika mapua zao, waangalie kama imeangalia wapi. Yes, zimeangalia chini zote, but that is not the point. Asante sana Lynn, but I also wanted to tell you that at some point nimefeel ni kama umetuingilia sana millennials. Do you know why? Because the first person mwenye alimdiscriminate directly ina table yenye tulikuwa alikuwa okay, I'll say it, alikuwa Mkikuyu and is born the year 2000. That is a Gen Z. Aliambia beshte yangu bana, ni nini unakaa na Wajaluo, unafanya nini na Wajaluo? Nasha kwenye pombe yangu bana, hayo unakumbuka? But that's not the point. Yeah, so this is across the board. It is not a millennial disease peke yake. Waka Gen Z inalingana na upbringing kwenye umetoka. Maybe mtu ako na shosho mwenye bado ako kwa hizo, amekuwa brought up na grandmother mwenye bado wakaamini kwa hizo vitu. Yeah, so I don't think it's a millennial problem. Kama mimi ni millennial na sija discriminate mtu, and a born 2000 alini discriminate, you can only imagine. That is a Gen Z. So it's across the board disease. It's not just millennial, Gen Z, Gen X. It's everyone. This is just everyone. It's eating us. Yeah. So ni kama tu corruption. Tribalism inatukula venye corruption inatukula. So it's across the board, Lynn. It's not that ni millennial pekee, ama ni Gen Z pekee, ama ni Gen X, ama ni boomers, ama ni kina nani. Yeah, but again, it's politically instigated. Politicians ndio wamefanya to feel ni kama, and you can see sahi, and I can tell you for a fact, and it's good you've spoken the way you've spoken, Lynn, because nilisema tukuja hapa tuambiane ukweli, tukuja hapa kupakana mafuta. And I can tell you for a fact, hizi ukabila inakujanga tu wakati wa siasa ikitaka kuanza and everything. Utapata sasa kuna ukabila nyingi, ndio ukwe divided, ndio mtu wenyu akisimama hivyo kula, huyu ni wetu, he's a thief but he's our own thief, but nyani ni wale, misitu ndio imebadilika at the end of the day. But angalia in other circumstances, hata Wajaluo na Kikuyu wanasemanga ati ni maadui. Hakuna. They are united. Money, sex, hapo wajiwangi hiyo kabila. You see? Ikifika ni sex na money involved, they don't know tribalism. Takulana left, right and center, watanunuliana hizo tenda kwa mama wa kibanda pale, kama ni Mjaluo akuuzie, kama ni Mkikuyu akuuzie, and you don't care. Kama ni biashara mfanye pamoja, ikifika wakati wa politics, mtu wetu. But anyway, Rasji ulikuwa umedrop, then we will go to Smack after Rasji. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much.
Very interesting. Lynn has brought very interesting. Anyway, Lynn, I would have wished ungekuwa for those who were advocating for what you felt that was not that much okay, you would have gone very direct to them instead. This is on a lighter note of generalizing the entire. We know as much as for me, I'm 29. I'm going to 29. So when I feel like you have generalized my generation, it's also my response.
So unaongea na sauti ya 49 year old.
For real? Yeah. Nice. Anyway, this is just on a lighter note. I think as much as we are taking stock on the happenings of the country, the tribalism and all that, I think it will also be better for us to encourage each and every generation. Let us not pinpoint and throw blames that this generation did this. There are also shortcomings. It's not like all the Gen Z are very perfect. They are not. They are not perfect. Most of them are not prepared. Yeah, there's a difference between pointing out and being prepared for the responsibilities. Yeah, I think we should have a balance on that. Anyway, it's just a reaction on what Nani had said. Now, nilikuwa na angalia hii issue ya Gachagua because I wanted to incorporate. As we talk, I've said there's and Koano, you got the message yenye nilikuwa nimekuambia ya Jaro Soja. That's very important. I think before my mic started having issues. Kindly confirm kama ulipata huo ujumbe, na kama haujapata huo ujumbe ni urudie. Is my mic still having a problem? Binti?
No, we can hear you.
No. You're okay.
I'm okay. Yeah, Koana, I had said Jaro Soja had put as a Gor Mahia supporter. I don't want Jaro Soja to reduce a Gor Mahia club as a Luo club. It's not a Gor Mahia is a national treasure. It's our club. It's not a Luo club. So when Jaro Soja makes videos saying that ukiguza baba, ukiguza sijui William Ruto, then umetuguza, that's nonsense. And kindly convey these to him. There are people who are supporting Gor Mahia. There are people outside in the mountain. So Jaro Soja kind of mentality, I think it has expired in this nation. And I don't think you personally is you subscribe to such kind of thinking. That was by the way. Now to what is happening, I had said earlier, maybe I would want to bring something that would be uncomfortable to some of us who have been in the movement. I personally feel that William Ruto is misusing some of these institutions to advocate and to advocate for personal political gains. And anatumia hii kadi ya tribe. As we talk, and Lynn has said very well, ati alienda Uluyani, it is that happens. Akakula, akasikia kopoa, those guys are very accommodative. Those are our people. They do that, yeah? They do that. Na wanasemaga ukipea tu Muluya tu chakula kidogo, yeye anatulia. Anatulia tu,
withdraw that statement bwana. Atutuliangi kwa chakula bwana. Hapana.
See, maybe I don't letter. You see, when Lynn brings it in another way, you guys are comfortable. But when I bring it in another way, and I've said, Luya are my people. My mother comes from there, so I'm proudly saying that what Lynn has said, it's very okay. But we not allow also William Ruto to use the tribe card, to discard, to separate, and to fight others. Because personally, I feel today's motion against Rigi G, there is no way you can indict or you can impeach a thief. You can impeach a pickpocket and leave a thief. The way Nani has done, the way the good Senator Okiem Tata has said. These guys are both umenelewa. So I was of the opinion, if there is going to be an impeachment against Rigathi Gachagua, then this is an impeachment on the entire presidency. Sasa tusiachilie, I'm talking this bearing in mind the communities that we live in. William Ruto should not make a community like Luo, umenelewa? Awambie sasa tumewaleta kwa serikali, umenelewa? And then in the moment of Luo's feeling that now they are being accommodated in government, then it becomes their responsibility to fight somebody like Gachagua. We have agreed here that this entire administration is rogue and needs to go. So kama wanafaa kuenda ni waende wote. See the idea of him, because I'm saying this because I've seen cheerleading, I've seen now people who are so much vocal on this administration impunity and the way it is carrying the business of the day. Sasa all of a sudden they have found a new landing, they have found a new way of praising this administration. Remember, William Ruto does not recognize tribe anaitumia wakati anataka kupata power, but when it comes to looting and doing all these other things, he does not confine himself to the tribe. As we talk today, the Kalenjin that they want to feel they are in government, they are facing very serious problems, very serious. Kwanza wamesota tena ile mbaya sana huko nyumbani, wamesota. Nobody is feeling. As we talk, they are impeachment motion and proposals going on in Kericho, Eldoret, on their governors. But wanarudiki tu kwa hii tribe card wakati wanafikiri wako cornered. Unaona? So to me, I feel personally it's not a debate. And parliament as it is right now, wakati tulienda tukachukua ile mess na tukatoroka, we indicted these people, and I'm saying this with a lot of respect, because the individual wenye naona hapa online shouting so much on the impeachment of Gachagua, the likes of Dismas. What does Dismas Baraza has to do? And this is a question I'm throwing to KOT, because Dismas is a village man. Uko a fellow, a neighbor, aliniambia ni jirani. What does Dismas, the integrity of Dismas does not even allow him to go and discuss other people in that bunge. So to me, at this particular time, I really feel this administration has so many things in their plate that they should be tackling, instead of going today at today's motions. Wakona motion mbili, we discuss impeachment, and they discuss the terms, extending the presidential terms. Now, extending the presidential terms, do you want to tell me the Kalenjins, since this is a tribal topic, you want to tell me you want to entertain another 7 years of William Ruto being at the helm of power, doing all these nonsense in Yanafanya? I don't think the Kalenjins are comfortable. So hii tribe haitusaidii, na mimi si ati nasema Gachagua juu anatoka kwetu anatoka saidi ya kwetu ati ni mzuri. He is not good. What I'm trying to say, at this particular time, let us desist from either involving ourselves in this there was, umenelewa? Mimi I was of the idea ile design hii kitu hata isione the light of the day. We indicted parliament as an institution, na tukasema ilishindwa kufanya kazi, na tukaingia huko tukasema saa hii ina operate tu kwa sababu it was given a lifeline by one Raila Amolo Odinga. Otherwise, in a working democracy, parliament is not, it's supposed to have gone kitambo sana. We took back our powers. So that's why I'm feeling personally it has no moral authority even to sit down and discuss some of these bills. It is a very useless bills coming to the floor of the house. Otherwise, wacha mimi niachie hapo kwa yule mwenye amesema sisi millenniums, na akarudi nyuma kidogo akasema wenye walikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo. I did not drink milk ya maziwa ya Nyayo, and I believe it was a good initiative though, but very respectfully try and attack them individually rather than putting the whole group in one basket and hammering them. Those are my submission, Kowino. Thank you.
So, asante sana Rasji. Thank you very much for coming back on the mic. By the way, you're right. See ageism, ni just tribalism. And even to this day, you'll find people that come on these spaces and they're Gen Z and they'll still say some very silly things and do some very silly things qua ground here. So, yes, KOT, I've been Kalesha behind the scenes because I'm not bringing you here to speak to us as a host. Butongalesha, hi.
Kowino could not do me a favor. Kowino could not do me a favor unless Binti
Kaka, tulia, tumepata mahost mnajiproclaim hapa kama favorites. Let the people decide.
Kowino relax. Sasa Lin ameongea hapa vizuri.
Wanyama.
Hawa
Hey.
co-host hata tusumbua. Keoti hebu ongea. Wanafikiria hapa hivi ati sijui host. Keoti hebu ongea.
Sasa mimi hata
Wakitusumbua
mmerudisha moto yangu
tutasema.
chini bana. But honestly Lin venye ameongea na mimi nika resonate venye mimi hukutana na wanyama, Kowino, Binti na you guys, your reasoning is totally different, yeah? And honestly, hiyo maziwa kama mlikunywa na ilikuwa na issue, wende mwensure that mmepigwa madawa, hiyo maziwa itoke kwa mwili yenu, because you guys are so much tribal, honestly. Bana, mimi nikiwa campus, acha niwapigie story. Nikiwa campus, pale
Ngoja chaotic. Just wait, just hold on. Please hear me out. Umesema venye unaongeaga na mimi, wanyama, Binti na Ayo. Unajua, you put it in a way. I want you to clarify this. Are you saying sisi ndio tuko tribal ama you're saying the generation? Because I didn't get that part well.
Millennials.
Where? Mini Gen Z. Mini Gen Z.
We bana, msikatize Keoti tena. Nimewaona.
Wacha
Keoti
nimalize
ongea,
story yangu bana.
usikatize tena.
Okay, on a serious note guys.
Wakuache.
On a very serious note now. Sasa mimi nilikuwa campus pale tu. Yeah. And of course unajua ukienda campus kuna vitu nyingi unaenda kufanya. Apart from kusoma na kujua pia the surrounding ya the area unaenda, pia ufai kurudi nyumbani na degree moja. At times nafaa urudi na degree 2 ama kama imeenda sana degree 3. Sasa mimi nilikuwa natafuta degree ya pili pale. And I met a certain lady from Asaki kuwadanganya. The lady comes from Nyandarua, yeah? Sijui Nyandarua kama ni iko Mlimani. I want you guys to confirm with me. And then so I try to use my bait, yeah? A bait trap. Katumia ulimi yangu mzuri, Kiswahili changu kizuri, yeah? And I try to ensure that I'm seducing this lady. And of course she accepts my proposal. But then the lady asked me, unatoka wapi by the way kwenu? Nikamwambia natoka Western. Kaniambia wewe ni Mjaluo? Nikasema hapana. Nikasema mimi ni Mluya. And she was like, wow. Unajua niliambiwa Waluya mnafanyanga nini? Waluya kwenu mtu akikufa mnalalanga naye kwa nyumba. Hey! So I was like, aje sasa tunalaje na mtu? Nikafikiria and I was like, akaniambia mimi the thing mimi naogopa na nyinyi mnalala na mtu mwenye amekufa kwa nyumba, and so me I can't imagine that you've married me alafu umekufa alafu naforsiwa kulala na wewe kwa nyumba, because kwetu mtu akikufa akishatolewa pale Nairobi City Mortuary anapelekwa kwa shimo direct. Mimi nikamuuliza lady, sasa how sure are you that nitakufa wa kwanza nikuache ulale na mimi kwa nyumba? Unaona, like I was trying to resonate with her, but akaniambia hapana. Nikasema anyway ni sawa, kama you guys feel like sisi tunalala na watu wamekufa kwa nyumba ni sawa. And then she was like, by the way kuna tribes mimi siwezi oleka nazo. Tribe ya kwanza ni yenu, nyinyi mnalala na watu kwa nyumba wenye wamekufa. Tribe ya pili ni Wakisii. Wakisii ni wachawi. Tribe ya tatu ni Wakamba, na Wakamba kutoka Kitui ni wachawi. So I was like, sasa utaolewa na nani? Kasema bwana, heri tu mimi niolewe na mtu wa kwetu. Nikasema okay ni sawa. But then I came to realize that hizi story sijui yako wapi Real John yanapenda hizi story zenye hazikuangi zinaitwangaje conspiracy theories. And so you find out that tumekuwa tunalelewa in probably our parents walikuwa advised na their grandmothers, their parents, their great grandparents kwamba a certain tribes wako na certain cultures, and of course that culture will not favor you. And so hapo ndio ukabila ilianzia, even before tuanze kukupeleka ukabila kwa siasa, yeah? And in our constitution the constitution ina nini ina uphold mambo na tribes, yeah. Tribe kukua, mimi nikisema hapa mimi ni Mluya ama Mkisii, that is not tribalism. Tribalism is how you use your tribe to discriminate others from sijui another tribe ama nini. Wanyama strike me mkono because I'm not going to give you this chance to address me kwanza until nimalize. So
Ngoja wewe ni speaker bwana.
Naelewa. If you are going to discriminate me because I'm not a host, I'm a co-host, then you are so tribal. So, tribalism, mimi nikikuja hapa nisema Maluya, that's not tribalism. 100%, because we have diverse languages in our country, and the official language, the national language kwanza, I think ni Kiswahili. I mean, no, the national language ni Kiswahili, alafu official language ni English. And so these other languages zenye mimi nikisema mimi ni Mluya, mimi ni Mkisii, mimi ni Mjaluo, those are the languages zenye zinaitwa identify sisi wenyewe, yeah. When you come to the Luya land, nataka tu mnielewe vizuri. In Luya land we have 18 sub-tribes. Hao watu wanaongea different dialect, lakini kuna wenye tunaelewana, yeah. Na tujai sema ati kwa sababu mimi ni Mbukusu, sasa Bungoma ni yetu peke yetu, ati siwezi enda kuoa Maragoli ama siwezi enda kuoa Muyesuha. Hapana, tujai kuwa na kitu kama hiyo, yeah. We've identified ourselves as Luyas, but inside our Luyalism kuna other sub-tribes hapo ndani. Mimi sasa nikiongea na Maragoli hatutaelewana, nikiongea lugha yangu Mudavadi yaongea yake hatutaelewana, but we are Luyas. So I want you guys also to emulate the same. Kenya is a country, and in our country, I'm not taking Kenya as a tribe, yeah. In this Kenya as a tribe, we have different sub-tribes, yeah, zenye sijui ni 40 ngapi. Nataka mnielewe vizuri, sitaki mniambie ati nimesema sub-tribes za Kenya ziko 40 ngapi, but I'm taking Kenya as a tribe. And so sisi kama wa Kenya, when we identified ourselves with that zile local dialects zenye tunaelewa, that's exactly not tribalism. Even in Israel, we had 12 tribes of Israel, but those tribes of Israel zilikuwa under a single person. I don't know the house of what, the house of Bible nilisoma kidogo nikiwa form 2 tukisoma St. Luke, yeah. But kulikuwa na zile 12 tribes of Israel, na these tribes, hao watu hawakuwa wanagawanya ati wewe unatoka kwa nyumba ya Benjamin, hatufai kuoa mtu kutoka sijui ni nyumba ya nani, ya Jacob ama Esau. I don't know bana. Nataka sijui, I don't understand those things, but nilisoma kidogo, yeah. So tusitake advantage kwamba kuna sijui ni Waluya, Wakisii, Wajaluo, and so when you go there we are going to divide them, kuambia kwamba nyinyi Wakikuyu bana mmekuwa sana kwa hizi viti, si hata muachie Wajaluo, si hata muachie Wakisii. That's not tribalism, na hiyo ndio inaanza kutugawanya. Unapata sawa watu wa Mrima wanasema acha sisi tukae huku kwetu. Sasa hizi honestly, angalia timeline venye iko, wanasema hebu jaribu kuguza Gachagua, na sisi wote hapa tunajua Gachagua is a person mwenye ako na integrity issues, mtu mwenye the government wali freeze pesa kwa account yake 200 million, and then because ameingia hapo he has power, wali unfreeze tena ikarudi kwake. Sasa hizi utaanza kusikia hebu guzeni Gachagua. Nilikuwa naona Citizen TV juzi, hebu guzeni Gachagua, mtashangaa, and now I'm like, where are we headed to as a country, yeah? Because mimi sasa nikisema wacha tutoe Mudavadi, yeah, ama wewe useme wacha tutoe Mudavadi, alafu mimi nianze kusema Mudavadi ni wetu, afai kutolewa unless utoe mtu mwingine pia, that's not tribalism, na ndio kitu tunataka kukataa sasa hizi, honestly, yeah. So tuache kusikiza hizo stories za kitambo za mashosho wetu. Mimi sitaki kusema millennial, na mimi najua we are still some in a certain age group, yeah. Sitaki kuingilia sana, lakini hiyo tabia pia, hiyo maziwa kama ili affect jamani, mwenze mwangalie venye mnakuwa injected, na hiyo injection kama haitawafikia mkuja hapa, mimi nitawa inject, because tribalism ndio inafanya saizi sisi nikienda pale campus nikitafuta msichana ajue mimi natoka Bungoma na yeye anatoka Mlimani, hata nikubali. Yeah, msichana akijua yeye anatoka Kiambu na kijana amepatana na yeye anatoka wapi, anatoka Kisii, hata mkubali, kwa sababu anajua Wakisii ni wachawi. Na hiyo sio kitu yenye ati iko, ni vitu zenye zimekuwa, ni theories zimekuwa generated kuanzia huko nyuma na watu wa kitambo kabisa. Yeah. So tusilete conspiracy theories in real issues. Mimi honestly mimi siwezi kuwa nakaa hapa without a wife because nilikataliwa ati mimi ni Mkusu ama mimi ni Mluya. Honestly, that one should not be a case. Yeah. Mimi saa hizi nafaa kuwa nikikaa kwa nyumba na amka napata kama ni chai imeiva na mtu anapika chai, anatoka wapi? Anatoka pale Mlimani ama anatoka pale Coast. Ama anatoka pale Kisii. Yeah. Lakini mambo ya marry from your own tribe, tuendelee kutoa hii maneno bana. Honestly, mimi hata penye niko sijai katia Mluya because mimi sina ile utribalism nyingi sana. Najua iko kidogo, tukifika mahali nitaongea kidogo, lakini nataka tuanze kuwa injected amongst ourselves. Tutoe hii issue bana. Hii issue ndio inatu affect sana. Yeah? Inafika time ya siasa unaanza kusikia tunajua Wajaluo watapigia Raila, tunajua Wajaluo watapigia Raila. Sisi Waluo tutapigia nani juu hatuna mtu kwa ballot? Unaona? So hii mambo mimi nitaongea hadi kesho. Wanyama sijakuwa kwa hii timeline. Naomba unipatie dakika zingine 3.
Sio Wanyama anapeana dakika, ndugu yangu. You're asking permission from the wrong place. Just ask the right people. Then we will consider.
Okay, Binti, you are the one who gave me this chance. Could you kindly consider giving me 3 minutes?
There is a way Binti and I run the space, so si yeye anakufaa kukupa permission saa hii sasa after amekupea chance. Go ahead, ask again.
Escowino, I would like to request for 3 more minutes.
Keoti, wacha arudie tena. Mwambie arudie tena kidogo. Mwambie arudie tena hiyo statement kidogo.
Acha tuniendelee.
Endelea Mabonge, endelea.
Haya, sawa. And so guys, mimi honestly penye huwa nakaa, mimi nikianza kusikia anything you guys are talking ina inject on matters tribalism, huwa na support because I'm one of a guy mwenye I don't care the tribe you are coming from. Mimi I don't care. Yeah. Mimi nimeishi na watu wengi kwao. Mimi naweza toka hapa niende sahi Kisii, sijui mahali popote, but nijaribu tu venye naweza nikae hapo because I'll still resonate with them. Mimi naweza enda Ukambani, naweza enda sijui ni Coast, na tukae na watu vizuri. Yeah. Na ikifika ile time ya siasa, mtu mwenye atanifurahisha, mwenye nitaona ideologies zake na agendas zake zinaingiana na venye mimi nataka, that's the person I will vote. Mimi tukiwa Kimilili home 2022 I voted in my home, na nilitravel all along from Mombasa that same day, nikafika home nikavota nikarudi. The person I voted for MCA.
Keoti, that thing on the wall kuna vile unaweza silence.
Ndio maana nimeinua mkono na sipewi chance kwa sababu napewa feedback kwa nini kwa inbox. Mabonga
lipa token tafadhali.
Naambiwa hii ni space. Kwa hiyo naambiwa hii ni space ya 7, bado watu wanasikia hiyo kelele ya mita.
Msijali nikianza kupata payslip, hizi vitu hazitakuwa hapa bwana. Mniombee sana.
Nimedada hajafunga nini ya gari belt.
Jamani. Bana nyika mkapa kuniingililia. Mniambie venye naweza finya hii kitu inyamaze bana. Ama niende nizime huko nyuma, lakini nikizima wifi nitatoka kwa space. Sasa wenye wako na hiyo dawa ya kufanya hii kitu inyamaze aniambie. Because imelia sana, imelia
dawa ni pesa. Dawa ni pesa Mabonga. Dawa ni
Endelea
pesa.
ku make your
Anyway.
submission as you go to M-Pesa pay bill, kama uko prepay ama postpay ya token, kuna sijui ni 888 blah blah blah, tena hiyo ingine inaisha na 0. Yeah, that is the way to silence it. Go ahead please brother.
Okay, so if that's the only way to silence it, then I'll do it later on. So guys, hii mambo na tribalism, honestly, wacha tutoe kabisa. Na wewe kama wewe ni kijana uko hapa, ama mwacha nitumie lugha sanifu, kama ni mvulana uko hapa wewe unatoka huko kwetu Luyani, tafadhali ningelipenda sana uingie pale mlimani, utafute msichana, tufanye intermarriages. Ndio any day anytime mimi sasa hizi nikianza kuongea about watu wa mlima, nitakuwa naguzia bibi yangu, at least ataona ana feel mbona unatuingililia bana. So hapo tutakuwa tunatoa tribalism kabisa. So mimi I encourage on this space guys, fanyeni kitu inaitwa intermarriages. Wewe kama ni Mkale oana na Mkikuyu, wewe kama ni Mkikuyu oana na Mluya, wewe kama ni Mluya oana na Mjaluo, wewe kama ni Mjaluo bana enda Meru, tafuta Meru, so that in the next 20 years tushafanya intermarriages. Jaribu kuongelea watu wa mlimani na mtu wa mlima ako kwa nyumba yako ndiye anakupikia hapo jikoni. Hata utaogopa, hutaiongea because you feel like this person nikimuingililia, he can decide whether she can decide whether I live or I don't live. So guys, I encourage intermarriages on this space to end tribalism in Kenya. Back to you, Koine and Wanyama.
Asante sana Mr. Mabonga, asante sana Mr. Mabonga. Again, nilikwambia nimewahi discriminatiwa. Kuna ile nilikataliwa, mtu alisema nyanya yake haizi kubali, and again I want to tell you huyo pia alikuwa millennial. Mnatushambulia sana huyo pia alikuwa Gen Z, sorry. Mnatushambulia sana millennials na kumbe hata nyinyi ndio mko na hizi shida sana. Unajua mimi nilikuwa discriminated na millennials wote. Juu ya nini? Juu mimi ni Mjaluo na nyanya yake haizi kubali Mjaluo. Now you see Mabonga. I agree with you, watu wa intermarry. But again, tukipoint hizi vitu out, there's something I've realized in all our submissions and I want to outline that. Ni kama tukiongelea hii intermarriage na feel ni kama tunasema tu kama we ni Mjaluo, kama we ni Mluya, fanya intermarriage, enda huko Murima, anama kama we ni wa Murima, enda huko Jaluoni. It's like we are just pointing it out to Murima, Luo, Murima, Nyanza, Western and that. Enda hata huko Coast bana, ushaikataliwa juu ya wewe uvai nini bana, inaitwa aje? Juu you are not of the other religion. Bado hiyo ni tribalism because tribe yao ni maybe Waislamu. My guy, Kyoti, you've not seen it all bana. Yeah, but tunaendelea.
Hakuna tribe inaitwa Waislamu kaka yangu.
No, you are not.
Pale Mumias kuna Muslim pale Mumias kuna Muslim. Hiyo inaitwa nini, sijui ni religion. Of course religion pia ni issue.
Najua ni religion pia ni issue, but
nishaitolewa mbio kule Coast kwa sababu mimi ni Mkristian, nimeenda kutafuta msichana mwingine hapa anaitwa Aisha. True story, nitakuja kuwapatia siku nyingine.
Then we have a lot of stories to tell. Wait, Real Joe, Tuesday next week, conspiracy theories morning. We will be there. We will be here. Aya. Tunaendelea. Wanyama, you had your hand up before I go to the next speaker.
No, ilikuwa tu hiyo maneno ya tokens ya KOT.
Sawa. KOT,
lakini mnatulemea sana. Hii ni feedback. Co-host mnatulemea sana sisi as hosts bana kwa hizi spaces. Please, hatuna rights.
Sawa, you can pick two lefts. Two lefts inaweza kuwa right bana. Unajua siku hizi bana hii Kenya bana, but it's okay. Tutawacha kuwalemea. Smack, jambo.
Yeah, niko poa.
Umekuwa patient na sisi sana kakangu bana. Habari ya leo bana. Vipi? Wali gani?
Niko poa. I'm just analyzing what you're talking, you guys, and I'm just see progressive talks, and you're just doing a very, very good work in this civic education, because tribalism is the biggest enemy of this country. And kitu chengine about the coastal people, kuna watu yani tribalism iko kwa damu yao, kwa mishipa. So let's push this agenda. Watu say let's unite as Kenyans. Let's not divide ourselves because of tribes. Nepotism pia, and it's the same. People are just dividing themselves because of some few things, because of wealth. Well, we can unite and change this country for better us and for the better generation. I just have that to talk.
Wanyama. Don't do that. Yes, asante sana Smack. Binti, over to you.
Asante sana Smack. Hey, that accent is nice, but yeah, I love the coastal accent. It's so nice.
Kama yangu.
Why yako ni sijui.
Hata hizo bana wewe, waleta mambo gani hayo wayaanza dadangu nawe. Usikue hivyo.
Sawa Kowino. Sawa. Ni shokes ama ni shokers ama ni shokes. Hi.
Hello, mnanisikia?
Kabisa.
Nimekuwa nikisikiza hii space, it's a very progressive conversation. Hata nimeacha Kenya nilikuwa nafanya kwanza nisikize what guys are saying here na pia make my contributions. Bado niko audible?
Kabisa.
Yeah. So, I think tribalism first lessons yana something into identity, you know, sense of belonging. I think ni very important kukuwa na sense of belonging juu without hiyo hauwezi kuwa human. That's why unapata even the progressive hizi nations ziko well progressed, bado kuna hiyo sense of belonging. That's why hata ukiangalia the venye itoje, I think ilikuwa Yugoslavia venye ili collapse, hizo countries ziko hapo Russia, Sweden, whatever zote ni kulikuwa na hiyo sense of belonging yenye inatengeneza a tribe, then mnakuwa na something to relate to. Saa hiyo ndo I think time yenye wazungu walikama hapa Kenya walikuwa I think na experience, wanajua what that can do venye the power about your stuff, so they took it as an opportunity ya to divide na ku make sure hatuwezi progress. Juu ukiangalia venye walituweka into segregations, wakasema Wakikuyu wakae around Mount Kenya, Wajaluo wakae around ile area Lake region, Wakale the same way. Hadi Wakikuyu wenye walikuwa Rift Valley ulikuwa unapata hawa interact sana na Wakale wa hiyo around. So I think tukiona tunafaa ku differentiate tu hiyo sense of belonging na hiyo tribal region. The moment we do that, I think hakutakuwa na hii politicization ya tribalism na kutake advantage. Ukiangalia saizi what Gen Zs what they are venye wana try to beat about this stuff, na imekuwa I think imekuwa foundation imekuwa has been laid off through I think education though the most. Kuna sense of belonging, I mean not sense of belonging, I think identity yao we have our own identity because of exposure through probably most ni education. Juu hata KOT venye anasema time alienda sijui kampo whatever Mombasa, akapatana na different guys, no akarealize kumbe umse si mbaya, or hata kama akiambiwa ni mbaya ana realize ni stuff aliindoctrinatiwa na the older generations. Juu kasisi ocha kwetu there is a story imekuwa mimi nimeishi Ocha, nilikam Nairobi juu ya education. So kuna story imekuwa ikitrend huko sana for a very long time that about Wajaluo. I have an auntie who's around 80 years hapo, I think 82 aliturn 82. So there's a time alikuwa meenda Uganda around 1970s. Sasa kirudi kutoka UG mpaka Nakuru na train. So kuna story anaishiki kutupigia mpaka wale wanaambiaga wase that wakitoka wakati walifika Kisumu, there's a Luo guy aliingia kwa train, then unaona venye seats za train huko zinakuwa zimeangaliana. So mse alikuja akaambia kina aunti yangu ati lazima muamke, na like hiyo kiburi, so lazima muamke. So akaekelea miguu zake kwa seat they across the other side. So wase sijui inakuwa like 3 guys. So wase wote akina aunti yangu walisimama from I think Kisumu to Nakuru, na unaona venye train hiyo kuchoka inakuaga. So she was like, na hiyo ilikuwa experience yake. So she was like akitupiga hiyo story anatuambia nyinyi endeleeni mkitaka kuchagua hawa wase mtakiona. Mimi nilisimama from Kisumu to Nakuru, nilikuwa nimechoka mpaka miguu zangu mpaka waleo zinaniumaga juu ya kiburi ya hawa wase. So mimi nilikuwa na hiyo believe mpaka I think like around before nikuje Nairobi ungeniambia stories za like mseka Raila bro, I think hiyo hata tungepigana. So wakati nilikuja Nairobi nikapatana na actually my best guys ni Waluo saa hizi. They are guys from the lakeside. My friends, tukibonga na hao unapata hawa say hata they are not like the stories zenye tunapewa huko Ocha. Hawa say ni wase wako civilized. Okay, kuna some guys wenye wako na those characteristic, but most of them ni wase wako poa. So I think the best thing ni what you are doing, talking about these things, no? Unapata exposure, una realize issue ni stuff tumego tukiekewa inside us, but haiko si our identity. So that's why unakuta Gen Z there juu ya hiyo interaction, juu ulikuwa unakuta ukiwa high school unatumwa high school iko kama wewe ni wa Kisii unatumwa high school iko Nyandarua, kama wewe ni wa Nyeri unatumwa high school iko na huko Makueni. So unaweza kuinteract na unapata exposure. I think that's why that's na imekuwa very strategically na our leaders wenye wamekuwa before like the past 20 years hiyo era ya Kibaki. I think wamefanya commendable job juu ya ku try kubiti stuff na kule serious foundations. So our work ni actualize what you are doing now, tuongelele about these things, more exposure. Then I think another thing that inatukula, that's why it may take you advantage of. Okay, look at democracy like elections. Elections inasema democracy inasema the majority rules. Actually majority through the ballot, no? Ndo wana rule. So limeona I think kuna loophole yenye inatumiwa hapo na the system. I don't know ni the West or pia hapa the common wasi opportunist. So they make sure most of the guys hawaendi kuvote, or most of the guys do not participate in these elections. Jukiangalia if you look at Gachagua, Ruto, Raila, all these guys need the same coin, different sides. That's why unakuta system ina make sure most of the good guys ni wenye waendi kuvote, then wase wame place hapo kwa ballot actually ni the same thing but different sides of the coins. Jukiangalia like last election, the reason why tuko na our leaders ni juu most of the people hawaku vote. Most of the people juu wanasema statistics inasema around 8 million hawaku vote na 8 million hawaku register. So unaona ni around 16 million na Ruto aliwina I think na 7 million na Raila around 6 point something, yao ni around 15 million. Na hawa si already wenye walivotia Ruto na Raila, they are majority, kuna majority wenye ni optionally lack, unaona? So what you are lacking ni system ime compromise a way that we don't have really good leaders. So wase sisi wenye tuko na progressive ideas hapa hivi, tukienda siku ya ballot tunafika pale unaona shit, mi siwezi chagua Raila, siwezi chagua Ruto, siwezi chagua Gachagua, siwezi chagua, you know? Sasa unakuta mseka, do you mean like hiyo area Didmas Baraza there was never a really competent Kenyan mwenye anaweza take over? I don't believe it. Ni system ime make it sure that wase wenye wako hapo wana demotivate the good guys wenye wanataka kuchange everything. Wase wanataka kuchange the direction of the country, tusiweze kuparticipate on the democratic through ballot. So mi naona I think history ya tribalism, hiyo ethnicity actually is not really a bad thing. If you look at it, ni opportunists wame take over wakatu amua kutu divide. Na ukiangalia opportunists si wengi actually, they are the minority juu ukilisten na majority hawayuko into that. Ukiangalia, the moment you say that, when you look at it, ethnicity actually is our strength. Ukiangalia the around to hiyo election violence ya 208, imagine tungekuwa like two sides of the coin, kuna wase wako hii side na kuna wase wako hii side, I think Kenya inge collapse hiyo time. But ulikuta hiyo fight wakati ilikuwa intense, ili turn out ikakuwa ya Wakikuyu na Wakale. So the other guys wakasema, nyinyi sisi we are not involved in this. So ilibidi hiyo stuff hata iend haraka. Juu ukiangalia country kama Rwanda yenye wako na hiyo ethnicity ya only I think around 2 tribes, kucollapse is so easy juu hii side wakitake comes against hii side, it's over. But Kenya is so different juu the moment hawa wase wamekuja kupiga hawa wase, hey, tunawaambia sisi we are not involved, no. So hiyo conflict inakuwa solved very fast. So but I think the problem ni imetekiwa tu advantage na these minority guys, na the moment we talk about this tuna realize actually our problem see really ethnicity, you know, ni these guys wame take advantage of our belonging na our na tribal culture ku try to divide you. Actually look at our constitution. Counties ukienda Nyandaro huko ni Wakikuyu.
Hey, can you hear him?
Oh, I've actually lost him. I thought I've lost him on my end. Shocks.
Yeah, shocks zimeisha.
Yeah, shocks ni kama tumekupoteza. We've lost. Binti unamsikia?
Nope, no, I can't.
Wait, stop. Okay, I think tulikuwa tumekupoteza. Malizia sasa before hizo shocks zingine ziishe.
Oh, niliwapotele. Oh yeah, that's why nasema like ukiangalia even our counties there is no really tribalism hapo hivyo. It's just some people wameko hapo wanatuibia each and every night na the minority, you know. So I think if we really tukiendelea ku talk about this, the foundation ishaleiwa, tuendelee kuexposiana, you know. The guy from Western anakama anaongea, the guy mi kwetu ni Nyandaro, the guy from Nyandaro anakama anaongea, tunapata we are on the same page juu I don't think really tribalism is really our issue. Ni opportunists wame take over the ethnicity na our sense of belonging. So but the moment we talk about this, I think tutaweza ku move forward and take our country back. What we are facing is the same economical problem. Actually ukiangalia mse wa Ocha wa Nyandaro na mse wa Ocha wa Migori wana face the same wana the same problem. So it's all about tukiongea about this, I think tutaweza kuliberate na to kick out this minority wenye wanajaribu kutu divide through our most important aspect of our culture, which is sense of belonging. Kuna hiyo.
Asante sana. Asante sana Shocks. So tunaendelea, and by the way, you know, I was just thinking, unajua saa zingine mkimake your submissions some random thoughts just zinanigonga tu, and I'm like by the way, hizi hata political appointments zikimekiwa na maybe from your community mpewe kama 2 ama 3, then another marginalized community ipewe 0. Have you ever complained useme hapana, mbona si umetupatia mingi na wengine hujawapatia? Or you just feel comfortable because ni ya mtu wetu amepewa? Hiyo ni ukabila ama? Come to think about it, but anyway. Situendelee. Mweru, how are you?
Hi. Yeah, thanks for the mic. Where is Real Joe? Real Joe, happy birthday. Me and you, we share a birthday. And happy birthday to you, my birthday mate.
Wait, where?
So anyway, thank you
Where?
so much for hosting this space. My approach is sort of different. I'm trying to respond to the subject here, which says tribalism in Kenya, identity or political weakness. I grew up in Kenya, so it's going to be a sort of a different perspective because I've lived in two different worlds. I grew up in Kenya, my point is simple. I grew up in Kenya. I grew up in Kikuyu land, and as a kid, I mean, tribes is something you read in school. I did not have anybody from a different tribe around me. I grew up in Kikuyu land, 100% Kikuyu land. You go to nursery school, Kikuyus from your village. You go to primary school, Kikuyus from your village. Until I went to high school, that's when I experienced people from other tribes, and I was like, wow, yeah, Kambas, Luos. I mean, all these people actually exist because for me at the time, they only existed in the book. But to my grandmother, it was a whole different scenario. So I already was raised to have like how do I say this? Like I had narratives about people from other tribes. I had stereotypes about people from other tribes. But then the one thing they don't tell you is what other people think about you. So in high school is where I experienced people from other tribes, and we all got along. We clicked. Blah 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 blah. So we were done with high school. 2005, we had one of the other referendums, the constitutional referendums. So I had my friends, and we decided, you know what, we're going to take up this responsibility and go around and read the constitution for people who are illiterate that could not read. And because we were friends who were from different tribes, we were like, you know what, we can read it to them no matter who you are, from whatever tribe you are, because we're a group of us who represent different languages. Oh boy, did we have no idea what tribalism was. I mean, you know what I mean? So we sat with my grandmother. So I brought my friends. And I don't know. And Lean, please don't spank me. It all has to turn up to a story, because I mean the only way I can explain tribes and perceive and process tribes and tribalism in Kenya is through my own personal experience. And I remember we were trying to exercise a very genuine, innocent process of going around reading the Constitution to people. But my grandmother saw from the window, me and my group of friends coming to her house. And she waited for us at the gate, and she pulled me on the side. And the first thing she said to me was in Kikuyu, but I have to translate it in Swahili, but I can say it in Kikuyu. And she's like, and it struck me. It struck me and it hit me so hard. And this is back in the day in 2005. Because if you grew up in Kikuyu land, and then your next encounter of people from other tribes was high school, you don't really have an understanding of tribalism. And that's why, to me, I believe some of these things are taught and learned, and we're conditioned to believe that they actually, you learn them. They're passed on to you. And from that day, I had to question, like, what is wrong with my friends? Like, we've been cool, we've been good, we're on a genuine mission, but my grandmother was very resistant to it. She's like, no, 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 no. We kept experiencing this everywhere we went. Oh, once it's my friend who is this tribe, then the next thing is me. You're bringing a Kikuyu to my house. And it stayed with me for a very, very, very long time. And fast forward, you live in another country. Then I came to the US, and this is where I started understanding that tribalism is an African person privilege. This is an African privilege that we have, because in certain countries, certain cultures, tribalism honestly it manifests in several other ways. And then I came to the US, and all of us Africans are categorized as Black people. And I have never been offended my whole life until the day I had to subscribe to the fact that I am Black or African American. And you find yourself questioning, what is so important about me being Kikuyu? You know? So I agree with a lot of things that Lynn said. I do. Because now, to the rest of the world, I am an African. First of all, I'm a Black person, then I'm an African, and then I can zero it down. Who were here who don't want anything to do with that. They have this void in them because they don't know where they're from and they don't know their source and all these sorts of things. And that's why when we talk about white privilege, we have to also understand as Africans, we have African privilege and tribalism and tribes and all this, and knowing your identity and where you're from and all this is a privilege. Not everybody has it. So I'll give an example of a doctor I worked with. This Black woman, extremely intelligent. She was a very well renowned doctor here in the United States. And she was from Michigan. She was a Black girl from Michigan. And she has always identified as African until the day she decided to take the ancestral DNA. And it showed, the first ancestral DNA she took showed that she was from freaking Spain. And so initially, you know, if you work in the medical field, you think, oh, yeah. You know what? Bad sample. Let me redo it again. So she redid her test again. It reiterated Spain. So she was like, oh, fuck this shit. I'm sorry. I apologize for casting. And she had her brother take the test. And it so happened their family, they're extremely intelligent. So they were both doctors and physicians here in the United States. And their lineage came from a whole group of slaves. Their family lineage, I mean, they're typical Black Americans who were heritages, slaves who came from Africa. And her brother took the test, same shit. It said Spain. So she was very heartbroken because her whole lifetime she identified as a Black woman from Africa. So as a joke, her brother bought them a ticket to go to Spain to go visit the motherland. And if if you're from the diaspora, you understand how saying the motherland to African American, it means a lot to them. But my point is, what I'm trying to reiterate here, the issue is not having a tribe. The issue is not speaking a tribal language. The issue is not you identifying as Kikuyu. The issue is when it becomes toxic and you think that you're better than everybody around you. You think you're entitled to more privilege than people around you. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings. That's my point. We are all human beings. And the one thing I would say about the Gen Z movement I like is the fact that you identify as tribeless, because we are the human tribe. We don't need to use me being Kikuyu, that the fact that I'm only 2%, or according to the census that we feel like we're the majority. You're not the majority. And yeah, so I think from having experience my having lived outside Africa in general and seeing how other subsects of people have existed around me. And honestly, in a country like in the US, you're considered minorities. So we have our tribes. We're basically like tribes. We are Africans. And then with Africans, we're divided into Nigerians and all this. And then you find you living next to people who are Filipino, who are Chinese, who are all this. And you see how how well we live together. Like, I cannot oppress somebody because they're from here or you're from there. It doesn't matter. There's some beauty to that element, and it's the same thing in my own country. There's beauty knowing that when I come to Kenya, I hang out with the Maasais. There's beauty in that. There's beauty in knowing our history. There's beauty in knowing that from my own name, I can deduce to where my tribe came from. I don't need to take a test, a genetic test to tell me my origin. There's beauty in that. That is not the issue. And I agree with what KOT said. The issue is when you decide that that is a reason to suppress or marginalize other people. That is when we have issues here. So I don't honestly, what am I trying to say? I agree with a lot of what the speakers are saying here. We're beyond that perception or that perspective, that era of my grandmother, where the fact that she can even tell from a distance that you're from a certain tribe. We're beyond that shit. And I believe that is not where we are right now. And I do agree with what people are saying here. Personally, as much as you deal with racism, I experienced tribalism the other day. I mean, I was happy to run into somebody who I was surprised was a Kenyan, and I was very, very excited to talk to them. And then he just looked at me and he asked me where I'm from, and I said where I'm from, and he looked at me and he pointed a finger at me and he's like, "You are the people that voted for Ruto." And he walked away, and I was like, "Wait a minute, what are you talking about? I have not even voted in Kenya my whole life." And he walked away. He's like, "I'm Kisii. Your people are the reasons why our kids are in the streets being killed." He was an older gentleman, like Gen X. And I was dumbfounded. I was like, dude, you. Anyway, so let's understand that there's nothing unique about us just because we're Kenyans. There's nothing unique about us in the sense that tribalism exists everywhere. Right now, as we're speaking, I'm going through Hawaii and trying to understand the tribes here, because even in America, you have to understand that there were tribes that lived here that were basically pushed into reservations. And if you ever have a chance, or if you already live here, take your time to go and see where these people live, and you understand and you appreciate when we talk about the struggle for independence and the sacrifice that our forefathers actually did. You understand it, because in Kenya we are now living in reservations. And if we are not keen, and that is why per se I respect Gen Z and what you're doing, because you're fighting for our heritage. You're fighting for a sovereignty that people are willing to sell off. I do affiliate with that, and I relate with that 100%. Because when you come to America and you visit the real tribes that were actually from here, the native tribes, and you see them in reservations, that could have been us. Anyway, that is a subject for another day. But my point is simple. When we talk about identity and political weakness, identity is key. Political weakness is just a manifestation or a sign and symptom of something that is wrong with you as an individual. If you feel like you have to vote for somebody because they are from your tribe, that is you who has an issue. There's nothing wrong with me being Kikuyu. There's nothing wrong with you being from wherever you're from. Or whatever tribe you're from. My point is, the issue is if you feel like, yes, I'm Kikuyu, I have to vote for Kikuyus. And I have family members like that. And I'm trying really hard to break that curse, because in my honest opinion, it is a freaking curse. It is a curse. The fact that I have family members that have voted for people because they are Kikuyus. And that is why there's a space I listen to where they say that we need to stop blaming voters. No, people need to be held to account. If you have voted because you're a tribalist and voted for Kikuyu because you're Kikuyu, not because you think they're a possibly good leader, no. I'll call you out and I'll hold you accountable for it. So anyway, let's proceed. Thank you for the mic.
Thank you very much, Maru, and happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Joe, again. And I also heard that it's Mora's birthday. So you have 3 birthdays on Twitter that we know of. But you're very right, by the way. Like we've all been saying so far, tribes are fine. It's just what you do with once you find your identity within that tribe. So I would like to go to where's he gone? Oh, Juza Niku Juza, you're next. Hi.
Hi. Thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting discussion, and my 2 cents are this. I think number one, we should separate ignorance and tribalism. Some people are ignorant about where we are from, what we do differently from different regions and different tribes, but they're not really tribal. They just don't know. They're not. They do not intend to discriminate. They just don't know us, and they don't know what we do and our different practices. I think that's one thing, because we might attribute malice or hatred or discrimination to someone where they just don't know, and they live their life in that ignorance. I'm not saying it's good to be ignorant, but that is a situation that happens a lot, because like very many people have said they've met with people and heard something about their tribe that is negative, and for me most of the time it's been ignorant rather than tribal, in that when they know, then they seek to understand more, at least in some cases. Secondly, for me, I think 2 solutions I would urge. One is that when we go to different places, let's seek to understand, let's seek to be there with the original people there, seek to understand them and value and appreciate their practices. It's not, for example, normally, even if, let's say, for example, you go and visit the coast. Nowadays, you find it very easy for a person. I'm in Nairobi, I visit the coast, I stay in town, I stay in Mtwapa or whatever it is, take Ubers, go to the hotel, go to Dunda, come back to Nairobi. I've learned nothing about the coast. I've not interacted with people from the coast. Therefore, the isolation of the different tribal units continues, as opposed to going there seeking to learn what these different people are doing, see if wearing their dress code as they wear it is fine, eat what they eat, drink what they drink, appreciate their different practices, and learn from them as well, such that instead of being isolated as to what different people are doing, and just because negative news will spread like wildfire. Negative news will spread like wildfire. For example, if you go to Malindi town has very many people who are not from Malindi. So it's very easy to go to Malindi and meet a fellow Kikuyu. Very easy. So you might go, interact with a fellow Kikuyu, never, buy from their shop, then do whatever you're doing, come back to Nairobi. You've not really been to Malindi, really, if you live like that. So if we travel to different places, let's also, I think, find ways to appreciate what they do and how they live, because from personal experience, I know it's very easy to be judged on appearance when you go to some place, but it's because they live a certain way, and they're insulated from what happens outside that region. For example, you can hear something about when Wakamba wanakuanga hivi, uko like, no, I'm not Kamba, but I would ningependa kujua venye mnaishi hapa nini, what is it you're doing, why is it you think that Kambas are that way? No, hawakuangi hivi, by seeking to understand them. Second, for me, I think a second solution is to remove the hate speech laws. I know this is a bit sensitive, but hate speech laws don't help anyone. They don't help anyone, really. They just block important conversations, even on public platforms. For me, I would rather hear someone say something bad than them carry that attitude and they never get to know it. So I think they say sunlight is the best disinfectant. All ideas and attitudes, I think, should be open for discussion. We should know where these attitudes are coming from, who is genuine, who is not, who is seeking to learn, who is ignorant, who is hateful, and who is not. But if we decide that huyu akisema hivi, they should be sanctioned by this institution so that we never get to hear that thing again, then we never get to know good or bad people, because then people will just hide. They'll just hide behind it. They'll just hide behind it and continue doing whatever it is they're doing. Right now, we don't know the hateful people in government. We don't know, because they will never say it because of the hate speech thing. And that for me is a bigger problem than if they actually said, mina chukianga Wameru. You know, them being hateful being hateful, for example, in silence, but then being given power to actually do damage is a bigger problem for me. So for me, the two solutions is let's appreciate cultures locally, and of course, for me is and free speech, true free speech. Let people speak openly about whatever it is they believe, whether rightfully or wrongfully, so that conversations can continue from there. Because I believe good ideas always win. Good ideas always win. That's what I believe. But if we sanction ideas, then we never know what are the good ideas and what are the bad ideas. So yeah, that's a short one from me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. That's a short one from you indeed. Asante sana Juza Nikujuze. Tunaendelea, ladies and gentlemen, this is Sauti ya Mwananchi. We've been here for only God knows since when. Asubuhi sana. It's 24 minutes to 1 p.m. We are supposed to finish at 1 p.m. We'll see about that. So tunaendelea. And again, this conversation, it's not supposed to just end here. We can even do another space for it, because we know it's bigger, much bigger than we even think. So maybe we'll do another space, and not just one, maybe even 2 or 3 more, so that we talk about these things. Because nimeona the amount of requests we've had today, I've seen new faces coming to the mic, unless ni venye mimi ndio sijakuwa here for maybe like the past 1 week, but I've really seen new requests, new speakers that I've not interacted with lately. So tunaendelea. We want to give Buka first, then we'll go through the comment section, our Tongo comment section. Msifikirie tumewasahau. We are really going through your comments, so we'll go through some of them after Buka. Buka, jambo.
Mzuri, habari yako?
Mzuri sana.
Thank you for the mic, and also I appreciate that such a topic is being discussed at this time. Remember, the movement in the street came up clearly to address the problem of tribalism by declaring themselves that they are tribalists. So probably our interpretation was basically, it's not that we are going to abandon our respective, tribal organizations, but I think the movement generally rejected tribe as a tool for political mobilization, and also tribe used to divide the people. So this debate, you can put it in even a bigger context, which is politics of identity politics and sociocentric politics. Remember, the system is so skewed in a sense that it has to be imposed upon the people through lies, deceptions, and crude force. So the ruling class or the oppressor will not be as powerful if they don't have tools to divide the majority of the people. Because as long as the people are united, it challenges the hegemonic tendencies of the rich, corrupt political class. So these people are in sync ideologically that they must appeal to the majority They must appeal to emotions of the majority through driving believable lies. And they have to anchor those lies on certain things. So maybe quite quickly, I could say that just as racism is a crime, tribalism is a crime that we must not only punish, but we must fight and defeat. In the essence that it actually takes us away from the systemic structural inequality that actually exists, that in the Kenya we live in today, the system is rigged so badly that we get some of the worst people in the most powerful positions. And it basically negative ethnicity and tribal mobilization supported by dirty money to set one nation against the other. So we must only look at tribe as a weapon in the hands of the enemy to divide the majority of the Kenyan people, to continue to net them, to steal from them. And even every time a rich, filthy politician scandalously caught in a corruption activity, look at Waiguru, look at anybody that has been caught up in corrupt activities, they go to appeal to their tribes. Well, we know that the proceeds of that corruption was not shared among that tribe. They use that dirty money to spin tribal sentiments, to make sure that the oppressed people in this country remain as divided. And the more we are divided, then we are going to be continued to be ruled by criminals. So this movement that is underway in the streets of Nairobi, calling itself not just tribeless, but it is a threat to actually the managers of the Kenyan state, that actually manages the Kenyan state not to benefit the Kenyan people, but they manage the Kenyan state in a very skewed way, only to benefit a few of them and some of their international backers. These people are threatened to the core because there is a new consciousness in the street that want to reject the tribal mobilization of the filthy, billionaire, corrupt class that continues to actually dictate and have even stolen our democracy. Because this democracy of tribal mobilization, this democracy of corruption, where the poor people are mobilized by use of money and tribal sentiments are driven. This is not the democracy that the Kenyan people fought and died for. So in actual sense, the system is so skewed that needs to divide people. And normally the rulers of such an equal system, if they don't divide us tribally, they will they will they will they will divide us in a racial way, or even in issues of gender. So they will say this is a women issue, this is a children issue. They will divide us into, they always look for any weakest link within the masses to create division. They will even divide us based on religion. They will say these are Muslims, these are Christians, these are atheists. These are the criminals that continue. They want us to be as divided as possible. And when they do so, when they do so, they're able to take political power based on their own interest as the minority in this country. So our duty is to reject the ongoing unity between the oppressing class. That is the newfound unity between the opposition and the government. This unity wants to drive us back to the old days of tribal mobilization, where people go to mobilize people ethnically to defend their own, interests. And let me just talk about the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin, because the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin community have been whipped in a sense that, for example, in Kikuyu community, the first president was Jomo Kenyatta. But if you look, Jomo Kenyatta grabbed so much land, and the Kikuyu community continued to suffer from landlessness and squatter problem. So my question is, how did Jomo Kenyatta's presidency benefit the majority of the Kikuyu people? In fact, Jomo Kenyatta's presidency only benefited a few Kikuyu looters. So if you want to join the Kikuyu community and tell them that since you have been having more presidents in this country, so it's not time for Kikuyus to lead. But the fact of the matter that the Kikuyus are not monolithic. They are rich, filthy, corrupt Kikuyus, and they are also poor Kikuyus. So the majority of the poor Kikuyus still are aching life out of poverty, while the minority of the Kikuyu communities that are rich big landlords and that have made money through, invoicing for work not done in government are living in opulence. These are the people who want to say, don't touch Murima. But don't touch Murima for whose interest? Because I don't think Gachagua represents the interests of the Kikuyu community. In fact, I think Gachagua is the worst of the Kikuyu community and does not advance the interest to the majority of the Kikuyu people. But every time he says Murima cannot be touched, for whose interest? And even if you go to the Kalenjin community, I think the dictator Moi ruled us for 27 years. But if you go to Baringo and other parts of Kaleland, they are still struggling with basic needs. So the issue about tribalism, I think it is overhyped in the sense it does not play into the national product called Kenya, where we can develop our country together. And I think there's a new consciousness in the street where people see a sense of unity in raising the flag, raising the flag of the Kenyan national flag, because Kenyan nation is very young. So we have to continue to struggle to build our own Kenyan culture based on the majority of the Kenyan people. So tribalism, I think, is one thing that we must continue to fight tooth and nail and to remove it. And tribalism as a basis for division of the majority of the Kenyan people, to make sure that we have unpopular governments, undemocratic government, dictators that have actually rigged the system so badly that they continue to run the country every day. This was my small input, comrades, and I hope that we could continue to advance even the debate more deliberately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Buka. Thank you for your submission. You're very right. Let's not allow ourselves to get, divided by these tribalistic efforts the government is trying to impose on us. So thank you very much, guys. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, where every voice matters, hosted by Wanyama and co-hosted by myself and Kowino. We also have KOT, that's Mavi Mabonga in the building, and Ayo. And we also have our other co-host, Rabia. So right now we're going to enter the comments section because, like I said, all our voices matter. So we want to hear your voices too. Kowino, are you ready?
Yes, Binti, I'm here. I'm ready.
Sawa. So we have Wanjiro who's asking, mnataja Kiswahili mnataja Nyandarua ama Nyandarua sana kwa hii tribal thing tulifanya nini apart from farming viazi and cabbage. Wanjiro Misi, I can't answer you that one. Ask Mabonga, he's the one that was that was mentioning you.
I think Mabonga alimjibu. Yes, I'll go to another comment here by Wallace. He says, hate speech isn't tribalistic statements. It is speech that calls for violence, displacement, and murder of other tribes. Yes, that is from Wallace.
We also have Toria. Toria said, tribalism is the greatest enemy and a way of destruction being used by politicians to divide us. We should kill this thing for us to resume the unity we had.
Okay, I have Muhija here at Hila James. He says Lean has raised key issues, but I also digress on generational
compartmentation. Sometimes you meet a tribal Gen Z and you feel sick. Tribalism cuts across generations.
100% agreed. And then we have Sun here saying tribalism is our biggest and greatest enemy, followed by Ruto, in brackets, Butcher of Sugoi.
I can see a comment here by Masculinity Men Together Hub. I think he was here on the speaker panel. I don't know if he's still here. He says wanakula then wanamon baadaye. That I think that is when Lynn was saying walienda uleani and they ate wanaomboleza baadaye. Yeah, but that mon masculinity bana. Your keyboard looks to have typed morning ingine mbaya kila saa mpaka when you want to type morning it doesn't type morning ya kuomboleza anymore. But ni sawa.
Oh God. Okay, so we have Siopo is saying we have always led our elections based on I think that's meant to be regional, ethnic, which narrows down to a specific language. That is how we grow our tribal war, and that is true. We need to stop leading our elections based on tribal or ethnic manners.
Yeah, sio poa at Zinduka_station anasema it would not be possible to have a unifying language, but we can change the political policy.
Alafu thinks Wallace is here describing tribalism. This one you're asking what tribalism means, but they're telling us that tribalism is the intentional embracing and practicing of prejudice and hatred of other persons because they do not belong to your tribe. Ethnicity, race, faith, gender, social class, or any other superficial aspect. It is cultivated in people.
Okay, who else? Now there's too much Wales here, and there's also a Wales on the speaker, so Jose K anasema niliacha na baba yangu nikiwa 6 years in 2007. Alifukuzwa juu yeye ni Mluya, ikabidi niishi na mama. Aki hii ukabila. That is so unfortunate. I'm sorry about that, Jose.
You're right. Wallace is a very dedicated commentator. We love it. She's just saying, blessed P254, that's Lynn. I think that is the best whipping I have ever heard unleashed. Yet, Ukabila has roots in all generations, including some Gen Zs.
Who else is here? Okay, let me check. Can see anyone here. Is Wallace after Wallace? Wait, someone said it's a method of family planning. Tribalism.
No. That was a question that was happening earlier when Wanyam was introducing. He asked what the...
Social class or any other superficial aspect. It is cultivated in people.
See, I just read that one. Am I you listening to me?
Hata ndio nimeona you just read that one.
Sorry, it's okay. We love the definitions. So yeah, guys, keep the comments coming in. We'll keep reading them as we go along. But for now, let's go to actually, Wallace, seeing as you've been commenting so much, so you just talk to us now, real life.
There's someone who said, Aki DK, these chat GP submissions losers, please ongea na sisi hapa kwa ground. People don't want English. People don't want when you do it for long.
Forgive me for so many comments. I think it's because I'm listening to conversation, and as you go along, I respond to whoever is making a comment. But I really appreciate these spaces because we get views from everyone, Kenyans here, Kenyans in diaspora, different perspectives, and it's very important. And I think it becomes a very educative session. So for example, I think Mweru made a very good point about being in the diaspora, being in the States. No, tribe is good because you see people are very keen on their identity. Where did I come from? You will find in America, that dimension of identity is very critical, but yet it is a strength. The power of the United States of America is because it's a melting pot of all different country, peoples, ethnicities, races, faiths, atheists, everybody is there. But they have found and created a system where respecting each other is part of their constitution. Just like the way our constitution has that mutual respect dimension where we celebrate all different cultures. So you'll find in America, as Mweru mentioned, people even do DNA tests just to try and confirm where did I come from. You'll find African Americans. It's very interesting to notice this, that while Africans want to be African Americans, African American youth are looking for any way to connect back to their African heritage. We want to be them, they want to be us, to the point where they look for names that they just look for any Swahili word like Nialong, if you know the actress, yeah, karibu ajiite something like Sahani. But the idea is they are looking for identity. They want to know, where did I come from? So tribe is very important. Tribe is very key because it's a point of strength, not a point of weakness. Until you deal now with white people who know that this thing can be used and can be weaponized for us to take advantage of the rest of the world. As Wanjiro mentioned, I believe, as she said, she's in Europe. I know she's somewhere in Italy. But the idea is you find Italians, French, Germans, Turks, all these different people, but they are one European Union who share a euro, which is very strong. They are the ones who are determining the price of our coffee. We're the ones planting it, or our tea, or anything that we make in Africa. They set the price. That is how road, you'll be shocked. Nobody cares about your Luoness, it's Kikuyuness, it's nothing there. It's not, you become black. To them, as far as they're concerned, they're looking at your skin. Stop thinking while you're here being proud from this area in Kenya that it means something out there in the big world. In the big world, it is meaningless. They see you are black and they hear your accent. Here you might sound like you're wanging to us, but to them you have an accent. So you realize that you go into a bigger level where now people are being racist. Now it's not tribalism. They hate you because you are black. They don't give you a chance. They don't care your degrees. They care you are black. And that is why you find when we were colonized, I'll be brief. Even small children who are white used to call our grandfathers, and they are big and uniform because they are servants. Come here, boy. Excuse me, hey, boy. They would call our fathers, our parents at that time, boys. That's what racism is in America, KKK, Ku Klux Klan, and all those kind of things. They do not see Africans as human beings. So identity is very important, that we realize all human beings are the same, whether some choose to insist that you're not a human or not. And when it comes to tribe, when the superiority complex is a lie, all human beings have the same capacity to be geniuses, to do anything great and to achieve anything great. So I believe the wonderful thing about this conversation is the education dimension. I have agreed that, okay, we need to be wary again of going from tribalism to ageism. At that point, I really agreed with a lot of what Lynn said. I really felt where she was coming from. I really felt that whipping of, it's like they don't know how to help us but the reality is we need to learn from history. They say those who don't learn from history are bound to repeat it. Let's learn from it, but let's not dwell in it, because we can make a future. And the only way to make the future is to sort of like let go of the past, learn from it quickly, then start making right decisions now that are not Ukabila based. And I have also been reminded something very important, because I tend to focus on Ukabila and election. It's true that it affects you. Let's say when you go for a job application, when you go for, there are times it is all about the surname. There are people who don't have, there's one space where somebody made us feel sad. They said they had to name their kids 2 English names so that when they go for an interview, they are not discriminated. So I think they called their kid John something. They just mixed the names. Sorry for my alarms here. So that's, sorry, let me shut this down. There you go. So that it's very sad that if you have to name your kid 2 English names, you've had to run away from your ethnicity to protect them from not being discriminated against when they go for a job, or they go, because now let me show you how it works. Once you vote somebody in, or people in tribally, they go into government positions, they have to be nepotistic because their tribes push them. It's the numbers of their tribes that have qualified them to be there. Now, when you have people who have been employed, let's say in passport, in immigration, who are coming from one community, they don't need to serve you to get paid. That is why when you go there, if you're not bribing them, you're not seeing your passport anytime soon. So tribalism ends up now becoming something that is ruining and soiling every social service in our country, because we made the mistake as voters. Tumeenda tumepiga kura based on ukabila, imeingia kwa government, imeingia kwa ministries, imeingia kwa ma-CS. It trickles down into nepotism, into our social services, into how people are employed in government, into everything. It starts finishing us because it is too set, because now that guy in a, it doesn't matter who will report you where. So that is the thing we need to wake up to, that we cannot afford this thing anymore. It is the one that facilitates nepotism. People don't get jobs. It facilitates corruption. You go to touch somebody for stealing, they jump immediately, if you have ever noticed, immediately to their tribe. It is the ultimate shield. Don't touch our man. Mtu wetu. That is the ultimate shield for impunity and corruption. it is the safest bet they can play. And that is why they don't want to lose that card. This tribalist movement is extremely dangerous and is like a death nail into their coffin. And that's why we have to push it through. Gen Z started it, but Gen Zote must finish this job. They can't do it alone. So the reality is, you realize when you go abroad, our tribes don't mean anything to them. We are just black. We are just Africans. We are just, I like that element that was brought out, that Wazungus considered themselves ethnicities. But when they came to colonize us, they were calling us tribe in a negative dimension. These natives, these savages, they used to call us savages. We don't wear clothes. We don't, I mean, that's the attitude they came at us with. They made us feel like everything we were, it was wrong. We are not wearing clothes. We are not speaking English. That's why they forced English names on us. Okay? But that is the reality we have, that this thing, we can kill it. The way people have learned to hate, we can restore and refire patriotism. I think somebody called it pluralism, which is the same. It's the same animal, where we now say, whereby tribalism makes you selfish for your tribe. Being a patriot makes you consider everybody as being equal and being equally worthy of opportunities, worthy of respect. I felt bad to realize some of us have even not had relationships or wives because of tribalism. And that's the reality. But we've also had a lot of intermarriages, and that's part of the way to go. In our old African cultures, after wars, the way we were told about Kikuyus and Kalenjin and Maasais, one of the ways to restore peace always was about intermarriage. You intermarry so that you become related, you become family. And that's something that, let it happen naturally, but it should not be a point at which people are failing to end up in good families because their elders and their fathers are blocking them from marrying the person they love or they're attracted to. So let me be brief. Okay, I'm never brief, but to that point, and maybe I can say some. I know we're about to close the session, but that's my point for now. This thing has ruined this country. It has become endemic beyond just election time. I think I always focus on election time because I see how it now trickles down. It becomes a president who is part of a tribe, ministries and CSs that are part of the tribes that supported him. Then it goes into nepotism, into parastatals, which now kills all our services. Our services begin to stink because those are people who don't have to work to be paid. They want to be bribed. They go there to steal. They go steal from KEMSA. They steal from everything that is set up because they are not there by merit. They are not there by merit. So, and as I said, also, even that idea of rotating, just 1 minute, doesn't, in Nigeria, it has not worked, in the sense that meritocracy needs to have its place. Rotating, like now, for example, in Kenya, when we say we have an Olympic team, we don't insist that there has to be regional balance in our Olympic team. We don't insist on regional balance in our rugby sevens. If we have our Western guys from Western and Nyanza in our rugby team, if we are winning, we are all happy. If we have our Olympic team full of people from Kaleland, when we see guys winning, we see Rudisha, we see Kip. We don't care which Kip is winning. We care that a Kenyan is winning. That patriotism is what we should focus on, building up and making sure everybody has been developed to be a servant leader. But that's a topic. If we'll continue this session, I can add at that time. But I want to end it at that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Wallace, for your sentiments. Always welcome. And yes, we will be having another space just because we can see that we still have many requests down there, but we'll be closing down soon. So we're just gonna finish with this set of speakers, and then like I said, we'll have another space. So I'd like to go to Ndovu. Ndovu, you've been here for a while. You've been coming up and then dropping and then coming up, then dropping. So hi.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, sorry about that because I was at work and I'm still at work. Yeah, but I'm still listening to the conversation. And also my network connection is not very good. Keep going up and down. I'm very like interested by this conversation that we've been having. It's good to differentiate some things because some people are like mixing everything up. Because as I have listened, heard people say about tribe and tribalism. These are two different words. Because to be in a certain tribe is not wrong, but to be tribalism is a bad thing. It's not good. So like if you are a Luo, Kikuyu, you are Luo, you are Kamba, this is not bad. But if you do something wrong because to another person because he's from another tribe, that become tribalism. Now that become wrong. So these are things that I'm getting, and also differentiating culture and tribalism, because culture is a different thing from being tribal. What we do, like our culture and our tradition, is very different from being a tribal. You can do your things and you're still not a tribalistic person. And also, like these things, it's not only in Kenya that we have tribes. We all know about the 12 tribes of Israel, don't we? Like these things have been there since times immemorial. Like it's the way that the world was born. Like it was the way that God maybe put things to be. Maybe He had some reason for that, because you see, like. We all have different tribes, and most of us are comfortable with our tribes, and this doesn't mean like we are tribalistic. So what we do with our tribe is towards other tribes, I think that one is become a problematic. And also, even in Europe, you see, like someone talked about in Europe, there are people who have different tribes, and they even know about it, but they don't like make it like too much of a thing. Like nobody will refuse you because you are from this tribe, you are from this ethnicity group or something like this. All these things, they are there, but it's what we do with it. And then the big problem, I think, in our country is politicians. They bring this thing to the limelight. Like people say, I'm from this tribe, and all these people have to do what I'm saying. Like because I'm from this tribe, I'm pushing this agenda against another tribe. That is what is making things bad. So I think politics and tribe make it a bit hard and a bit different. Another thing is when you have some tribes, they are majority. There are too many. They are they are the majority in a country. You cannot say that because there are too many, they are tribalistic. That doesn't add up. Being too many, it doesn't mean like you're tribalistic. It's just you are too many, and that's how it is. There's nothing you can do about one tribe being too many. They are just found like they are too many than others. So that doesn't make them more tribalistic than other tribes. And another thing is marriage and tribe. You see, like marriage sometimes. I'll think like it will be good if people will intermarriage, you do intermarrying. But again, um, when I think from my own perspective, I would like to marry someone who I can be able to communicate the language that I was taught by my mother, and I'm able to, I enjoy it. I enjoy talking, and I enjoy when we talk in this tribe. It won't be beneficial if I think like I cannot marry this person because of only tribe. Maybe you can speak Swahili or something other, or we can even teach other different language, and we talk. Like if I marry from Luo can teach me Luo, or I teach them whichever language. Where I come from, I find it in Kajiado there are too many Masais. intermarrying with the Kikuyu, and it's okay. I don't see any problem with that, and they are very happy. They live their lives very happily, and they go on with their lives. So I think it's high time that we bring this thing of hyping the tribe thing down. And I would like if we have some kind of things that we can bring, like culture festivals all around the country. Like we can go different places and do our thing and show our cultures and show our things, and then we kind of try to bring the hype down, because this is the thing that is making it too much problematic. Because also people affiliate with some other people on what they do. Like if I am a business person, I'll most be attracted to another business person so that we can maybe help each other on what we are doing in our business. If I'm a fisherman, I would like to more interested by another fisherman. Like these are things that push people to some groups, which is I don't think there is very bad. Another thing I was listening to, and it was very interesting, is about the Gen Z and the other older generations about tribe. You see, as old as you become, you find that you much kind of affiliated to to a tribe. You much as old as you go. These are things that we are trying now to bring them down. It's not wrong that maybe millennials are too much to tribal things, but these are things that we're trying to bring them down instead of talking against them. We have to try and bring them down and help them, because as you can realize, many older people will be more tribalistic actually than the younger generation, which is very it's okay, but these are things that we need to bring them down slowly by slowly. And I think this the good time that we are doing all these things at the moment. Maybe in some years we'll have a country that people can speak different languages, but they can come together and talk together and do things together in the right way. That was my submission for today. I'm very happy about these conversations. Thank you very much, Omnyama, and all the co-hosts and all those people who are hosting spaces. We are always are there to listen and to maybe to share our thoughts. It's not like we know what to, or like we are just talking from layman people, like layman minds. It's not like we are being trained, but that's what I think myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As we carry on, this is Sauti Mwananchi, hosted by your very own Wanyama. Thank you. By Wanyama, hosted by myself, Kowino, KOT, and Ayo is also part of the team, and Rabia. So always welcome. We want to hear your voices. I'd like to go to a lady next. Farouk, I can see that your hand is up. I'll go to a lady. So Maggie, hi. I'll come to you afterwards, Farouk.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Wanyama. Thank you, Kawino, and thank you, Binti and all. So mine's gonna be just a quick one. I just wanted to share. I've been listening to the space for a while now. Just as a silent listener, but recently I've just been really urged to just speak. So I've been in the UK for 24 years now, but I do travel back and forth to Kenya. I was just I do concur a lot with what was said earlier, and especially with Mweru when she was speaking about her experience in the US. And also Lynn, I remember Lynn mentioned about the maziwa ya Nyayo, and this was mentioned as also yesterday. And I was one of the kids who had the maziwa ya Nyayo, and I can sure say I don't think it has any lasting effects to date. But with the issue about tribalism, for me, I look at it like me, I've been in the UK for 24 years, as I said. Sorry, I've got my daughter here. And you do see, like in the UK, you've got the Irish, you've got the English, and you've got the Scottish. So I'd kind of sort of link that to that what tribe is. Listen, please. I'm sorry, guys. Just 1 second.
Okay, no problem. In the meantime, let's go to Farouk. Farouk, hi.
Hi, everybody can hear me?
Bluetooth mode.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. But
Okay, thanks so much for the opportunity. Wanyama, Koino, Binti, and the listeners. I want to talk about leader for tribalism, and I want to make some few statements. I can talk about tribalism. Tribalism, government
Farouk,
uses.
Farouk, we cannot.
Hello.
We can't. You sound like a robot. If you just fix your internet for a second and then come back. Maggie, I don't know if you're ready.
You can't hear me.
We can hear you, but your net is not.
Farouk, there's too much feedback from your background.
So in the meantime, I don't know, Maggie, if you're ready. If not, we'll go to.
I am.
Okay. Go
Sorry
ahead.
about that.
No
Yeah, but just I do apologize. I've got my daughter in the room, so anytime she might be a bit of trouble. But so I don't know. For people like me myself, I'll speak for myself. Like I feel a bit of a sellout because with all these things that's happened, like the protest and everything, the Gen Z and all this civic education, I feel like a sellout because I'd love to be on the ground and I'd love to do what because there's a feeling and there's an agony in me because I feel I'm here in the UK. I've tasted what it is to live in a first world country, and I'm like, we are in the 24th century now, and Kenya is lacking in so many things. And when all these things came into revelation about the money that's being looted by all these politicians, it gave me like such a burning feeling in me, like why like all these years we could have been so far, and with all these things that are happening, and you just feel I just feel for me like being over here where I am, of course my circumstances and everything, I'm not able to be on the ground like I would love to be, but I really do salute people like you guys who are able to be there on the ground and actually speak and like do something to make our country better again. But I'm not gonna go, of course. I'm just going the issue about race. Like race is important because race identifies us. It's the same by tribe. Tribe is our identity. Like like whenever you meet somebody, someone is okay. When Kikuyu ama it's just to have an understanding of who they are. It's not just because you're. But I think the problem is because from years back, the issue of tribe and has been used. If you think about before even the colonization and everything, you'd have Kikuyus who had their own chiefs, they had their own people. It'd go in the coast. Like I'm from Taita, you have the Taitas who have their own clans and they had their own processes and their own ways of governance. And then the colonization came, and I thought all this was like I think somebody mentioned it in the sense that colonial powers, they did come, but also with the idea of divide and control. So with us knowing that okay, sisi ni Wataita, sisi ni wa nini, we are all one as one Africans. We never had that sort of mentality ati when in Kikuyu, but I cannot mingle with you because I'm a Taita. We never had that, but that was created at that time during the colonial, in the sense of trying to merge all of us together. But if you, I don't know, it's quite deep when you sort of try and have an understanding of it. But it was, so now colonialism has come, and we have to like sort of merge what we used to do traditionally, and then what we have to do like now in this democracy, the modern day democracy and everything. And I feel like that's where like the problems start. And also I know, like, I do have a feeling, somebody mentioned it, that these colonial powers, they did understand that if they divided us in the sense of our tribes, that they'll be able to control us, and they'll be able to, so take more advantage in that sense. So I do feel this issue of tribalism. I think also the gentleman before me mentioned that the tribe in itself is not bad, as I was saying. But when you add the ism part of it, that it becomes an ideology, and the ideology can either become a negative ideology or a positive ideology. So I do. So for me, like, I feel like now also with the tribes, is it the issue of tribalism in Kenya right now is being used as a sort of a weapon, in the sense, a weapon for the leaders who are weak. They are weak in the sense that they know that they can't get a majority of the votes out of their own sort of integrity, out of their own sort of like knowing that, okay, you're in power because this and this is what you bring. But now it's because they are weak in knowing, like, they know that whatever they are bringing into power is quite weak. So they are going to use that tribal card in the sense to try and so try to get the tribal votes. But I think now with all this that's happened with the Gen Z, with the civic education, it's good in the sense that it gives us an awareness that tribalism, and also, like, I do agree the Gen Z, like, I'm a millennial myself, but I do agree the Gen Z have brought in a new sort of flavor, in the sense that my generation was more of like, you sit down, you need to be told what to do, whereas the Gen Z is like, no, we need to have an equal voice here. Like, you bring your voice and I bring my voice, and at the same time, like, as long as we are speaking on the same level, then we're good to go. But I feel like the generation that I was, and the previous generations that sort of have been more silence in sort of trying to put in across. So I'm really excited about what's going on in Kenya right now. But I do feel like when we do put the tribalism part of it, when you do try and also, like, I was gonna say something about exposure as well. Like, I've been in the UK, but when I do travel back home in Kenya, and I see, like, my relatives who are from Taita, and then I compare my relatives from Taita and my relatives who have been in the city, like in Nairobi and things like that. There is a big difference in the sense that somebody who's grown up in shags, they haven't got that much exposure to know of a different tribe or what they do, so they'll go with the hearsay of what they've been told a certain tribe was. Like, I remember when I used to grow up, I used to be told, like, the Luos are like this, like this, like this. You know, there's always a misconception, but it's only a misconception because of what somebody else has been told. It's not necessarily the truth or anything, but it's just what somebody else has told you, and because you haven't had that exposure, you're gonna accept that. And I had somebody else who said that they went to the city and they had that exposure with different tribes, and that sort of opened up their mindsets and opened up their ways of, like, okay, you know what I was told before about Ajaluo, what I was told before about Kikuyu, it's not necessarily what there is, you know what I mean? So I do feel tribalism, it is a way of, now it's being used as a way of manipulation, especially with the weak people in government, and or anybody who's quite weak and who don't see themselves as but so I do I don't want to go on too much about with that, but I do feel like tribes is important, like, as we have different race. When you do come to the UK, you do go to all these other countries, you do realize that actually it's very insignificant when you do mention the tribe. At the end of the day, we are human beings. Like somebody said, when you go to the US, you're either black or you're white or you're Asian. You know what I mean? People are gonna always classify you, but it's just an array of identity. But when we start putting politics and tribes together, then I think that's when we lose the focus and we
from Garissa guest house. I mean, Kenya still faces terrorism threats up to today. Stakeholders call for partnerships to enhance financial inclusion. CS Mbadi said the government is committed to working with the private sector to enhance financial inclusion. There was a financial inclusion conference and investor expo 2024 in Nairobi yesterday. Waiguru to host women governors for G7 strategy meeting. MPs summon health CS in 104.8 billion SHIF system probe. SHIF yenye mmekuwa mkisikia inaitwa SHIF everywhere SHIF SHIF. US allies call for 21-day ceasefire across Lebanon-Israel border. Kenyans in Lebanon have been crying. I don't think the government has responded to them as well. Report warns most Kenyans burn waste, polluting the air with forever chemicals. So if you burn your waste at home, you are polluting the air with forever chemicals. So please, don't burn your waste. Let it decompose. Machakos doctors issue 14-day strike notice. Easy strikes are walimu na nini, we will always notice. I mean, we will always experience them. I don't know. Walimu, daktari. And Boni Alwale says we have financial trouble in the Senate, saying the Senate committee are struggling to operate. FORAC, that is not FORAC, FOCAC, FOCAC, one leader summoning 54 speaks to power imbalance. Ikitu tumechoka kuisikia. Ruto aliongea na baada anaenda to those things. County cash crisis worsens as senators reject revenue bill. Senate business grinds to a halt as cash crisis bites. No way MPs make U-turn on consolidating bursary schemes. But they kama ujui, your members of parliament decided they are not going to do away with CDF. They are going to actually cement it in the constitution so that the judiciary can stop halting it for them. So that is it. Malindi women take up tubal ligation after myths are busted. Tubal ligation, unajua ni nini? Ni kukata. How do you explain tubal ligation? Koino, you are good in these things. What is tubal ligation? Koino Junior, usijifanye internet haifanyi. What is tubal ligation?
Mimi sijui kizungu mingi bana. Binti ndio unafaa kuuliza swali kaa hiyo bana.
Binti, you've been nominated. What is tubal ligation?
Okay, I didn't even think it was English. I've never heard of that word before.
Anyways, these people are being conservative. Tubal ligation is where fallopian tubes are cut or discontinued to ensure that conception after sexual intercourse is not possible or is controlled. I've forgotten the word for men because also men, it can also be done for men as well. So in Malindi, women have been, against it for the longest time. That's why it's news that women are taking it up in Malindi after myths have been busted. To continue with the news, we are going to People Daily. Sijui mbona watu tunapenda kuanza na The Star and People Daily, but hey, it's how the news flow. So on People Daily, Kenyans cautioned over vehicles with direct line insurance. Unajua hiyo sako hiyo insurance ilianguka. Can farmers push for fast maturing varieties? Oparanya wants SACCOs taking loans to pay dividends. Oh my God. SACCOs are taking loans to pay dividends because they have not been performing well. Rwanda overtakes Kenya in hosting of conferences. Wadau ndio hiyo. Tukiendelea kusema Rwanda ni ndogo, sijui Rwanda ni nini, ndio hiyo. Watch how KCC is going to be auctioned, or waseme sasa is going to be privatized because the conferences are not taking place there. But habari ndio hiyo. Rwanda has overtaken Kenya in hosting conferences, and that is revenue that has now gone. Gachagua calls for adoption of AI to hasten growth in African economies. Ameacha Murima, ameanza maneno ya AI. Mungu Baba, hii movement itafanya watu wafanye. Gachagua anaongelea AI. Anyway, we proceed swiftly. Rush for loans in new funding model. And if you haven't understood the new funding model, there is one recorded space that we did about the new funding model. The student leaders were also on this space speaking about it. Politicians meet to draw Gachagua ouster roadmap. That is yesterday night. The members of parliament who actually met. Grapevine has it that it was in Kitisuru, and they have decided to impeach Gachagua finally, and it's going to be tabled in the lower house, that is the National Assembly. But kwa sisi tulisema hiyo ni distraction, tutaambia mzee Gachagua pole sana, Mungu atakusaidia upate kazi nyingine, kwa sababu hivyo tu ndiye aliambia Moses Kuria. So sisi pia tunamwambia pole sana mzee, Mungu akifunga mlango moja atafungua wengine. Lobby groups claim 300 people illegally detained during protests. Top news are coming in that women in power are debating on whether to increase the women stakes in politics as well. That is according to Governor Waiguru, because remember the lady governors, I must do to a women governors, had a function where they decided they need to increase their quota in top leadership. I don't know how that is possible or is going to assist, because we know women reps are there. What are they doing? Kuna mwingine ana complain alipoteza 10,000 followers. Anyway, proceeding swiftly. Not much from the Standard as well, but it's mostly about Rigathi Gachagua and people who have been arrested. Waswan and KUSU, that is the university unions, to form an interministerial committee to discuss issues that led to ongoing strike. Labour Ministry to mediate talks beginning tomorrow. Guys, I have a question for you. Will we always be having talks? Kila siku, like, something happens, a committee is formed, we go for talks. Then we be peaceful until next year when another budget is met. Nothing happens. Then continue. And it's as if nature wanted it for us to have such news. Samido parts ways with his manager. So watu ya Mogedhi iko mashida huko na mwenzetu baba, baby daddy Samido, the only man who is able. So Samido has parted ways with his manager. There is a Maraga task force that I mentioned yesterday that revealed deep rot in Kenya's police service. Which Kenyan doesn't know there's deep rot in Kenya police service? Anyway, this task force will always come out with these things, and then that's it. It's done. It's done. But anyway, that is it from me and in the news today. In case you have any other news that I haven't highlighted, please feel free to DM me or DM all the co-hosts or the speakers that you want to highlight that news as well. Binti, anything to share?
Yes, sir. We have our Today in History section. Today is 26 September. I hope I got the date right. I could just be telling. Yes, 26 September. So this day, in 1920. So that makes it what 104 years. 4 years ago. That's when Kenya was established as a British colony. We were colonized by the Brits on this day 104 years ago, and we're still fighting against that. Then fast forward to 1952. That's when the Mau Society started fighting back against the Brits, led by Dedan Kimathi, and that kind of coincides with our talk for today. So yes, that is our history on the 26th of September. So, Kawino, do you want to kickstart our conversation today? By the way, Wanyama, we didn't even play our music today. I was waiting to hear some Afrobeats or something, but I didn't hear it.
Tunapigania nchi bana. Wewe unacheza, tuko mambo serious wewe na tuko hapa. This tribalism topic is no joke. But before our Lord Mayor Escowino Jr. takes over, kuna wimbo ambayo hatuwezi acha kuicheza, ambayo ni the reason why we are here, and this is the song. Ladies and gentlemen, stand at attention. That's it from me. I'm your favorite host, the only host, Wanyama _Fula. Over to you, Koino.
KD amesema you are not the favorite host, but I believe Binch and I are the favorite co-hosts. Ni sawa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sauti ya Mwananchi. I've missed you guys. Nimewamiss sana. And I'm back. I'm here like I never left. The break is over. Sasa leo, today is that day. Tribalism in Kenya. Identity or political weakness? I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think? And again, tukikuja hapa, please, from my end, I always say, tusikuje ku massage each other's egos. We are not here to massage each other's egos. Let us tell each other the truth, tuambiane ukweli, and we find solutions to these problems. Because tukikuja hapa kujipendekeza kudanganyana just because we want to tell people what they want to hear, not what is the truth, then the conversation is meaningless. So as we engage in this conversation, please, let us be truthful men. Tukue kama Mr. Rigiji himself, truthful man. Natuambiane ukweli. Tusipakane mafuta tafadhali. Yeah, so we want to talk about this from any perspective. If you've been a victim of tribalism as well, you can narrate to us what happened, and if you are maybe to change the situation, if you discriminated someone based on their tribes and all that, if you had that chance again to change what happened, would you do it differently? Yeah. So welcome guys. Please request the mic. Come hapa, kujeni hapa to the speaker panel. We talk, we engage, we find solutions to this big disease we have in our country. So I can see really Joy is here, Wale is here, KD is here. KD, jambo, how are you?
Poa, mambo. Mi niko fiti. Tribalism in Kenya, identity or political. Ebu watu waongee kwanza. Mi kizungu si understand. I don't like going fast because I always learn from people. So don't put me on the spot, please.
Unaweza ongea Kiswahili, but
No,
anyway,
I mean, for me to
Wallace,
understand
you
whatever the topic is all about, let me just try to get the gist of it first. Maybe what
okay,
I can
thank you.
say,
Okay, good.
I can say is how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mazee yase mko hapa simshare hii space. Hiyo tu. Asante.
Asante sana KD, asante sana KD. Wallace, good morning. Ukabila ni ujinga.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Because I'm losing audio once in a while. I don't know. Oh, you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I believe for me, this Ukabila message, we've been at it since 2010, 2009. So telling Kenyans Ukabila ni ujinga, uzalendo ndio hekima. We've gone around, done it for a while. So now when it comes to tribalism, people need to understand there's a difference between tribe and tribalism. Just like the way we would say, the word race and racism have two different implications. Race is fine, tribe is excellent, but racism is wrong. Just like the way when you use the word sexism, you are putting in the implication that it is being taken to the wrong extreme. So the challenge for Kenya has been, we have been practicing tribalism, ukabila, which is the negative connotation of it. There's nothing wrong with belonging to any community that is found within our borders. There's nothing wrong with loving and appreciating where you hail from. But there's something wrong when you start hating other people and judging them in total on the basis of where they come from that is not your community. We have been making the mistake of insisting that what you see in one is true of all. And on that basis, become prejudiced. Actually, Ukabila has that element of being prejudiced. You have pigeonholed a whole community on the basis of anything that you think or you are taught by your parents was negative about them. And the thing has continued to such an extent that even in modern day, most parents, when their children would come and tell them, I would like, for example, to get married, the first question a parent would ask is, where does that person come from? They don't ask, have you found a suitable person? Have you found a good person? Have you found, they are not interested in the character of the individual. They are interested in their place of origin. And that has been a huge mistake for this country. And unfortunately, tribalism is not new. We know it began from the days of independence. We've been told we are in here today in history. We are looking at when we were colonized 104 years ago. I think Binti clarified. The British used divide and rule. They knew they were always the minority in population, but the way you rule a large population is by dividing them into their small tribes and making them fight each other. And that is what they did in Kenya. They divided us, they made sure people were in camps based on their tribe, and they treated everybody different. One of the ways to create animosity, like we saw what happened to the Hutus and the Tutsis. Wazungus were very smart. You show favor to one, you raise one, the hatred is focused on that one that you are showing favor, so that these people are not focused on you as the minority Mzungu. They start focusing on each other. And so that's the challenge that's been there for Kenya. It's been the Goliath in our face. It started from the days of colonialism. It came into our early politics in the 1960s. If you look at our history, you'll realize communities were ganging up. Kadu was a group of tribes. Kanu was another group of tribes. And that, unfortunately, was the chance that the late Jaramogi and the late Jomo had to throw away, like the way Nyerere did for Tanzania. They had that chance to make this country about nationalism. They had a chance to make us one people. They had a chance truly to create a nation out of Kenya. But instead, and we know, of course, what happened, that Jaramogi could have been president, but he said, get Uhuru out. Unfortunately, things went wrong. Tribalism began to be accelerated and accentuated. We know about Tom Mboya's killing. We've just had a lot of painful events in Kenya based around tribalism. And it kept going. If you look at Jomo Kenyatta's cabinet, it's like a joke, not even hiding, okay? Because now tribalism is the one that facilitates nepotism, it facilitates bad governance, it facilitates corruption, because ukabila na ufisadi are like Siamese twins. When you go and talk to somebody about something they've done that is corrupt, they quickly run to their tribe, because then it becomes a topic that can no longer be handled. Musiguze mtu wetu. So we talk about the mtu wetu mentality. That mtu wetu mentality is what has brought us here 61 years down the line. We have been a republic for 61 years, but we cannot say we've ever been a nation. We've never been one. Ukabila has not allowed us to be that. And the biggest gift Gen Zs gave us as Kenyans was when they stood up, and one of their first comments was, we are tribeless, because they have looked at it, they've been raised, most of them in modern cities, and they've realized this thing is not an issue. Just by saying we are tribeless, they have given us that small window that the rest of us should rise up to the occasion and deal at the final blow on this thing, because that's what has been stopping us. And you can see that's what, even right now, the old guard and the old politicians, because that's what has worked all those years. People don't win these elections because they are the best leaders. They play the tribal card during election times. For 5 years, things are looking okay, but when it comes to those days of elections, you only need to say, mimi ni mtu wenyu, and Kenyans vote. They don't look at who they are voting for. So I want to be brief because maybe others want to chip in, but that's the reality. Ukabila ni ujinga. It's the problem Kenya has been having and is still fighting, but it's beatable. Gen Zs showed us that it's beatable, and I believe even up to now, when we are meeting in these spaces, people are not meeting on that basis anymore. Our uzalendo has been stirred up, and that's what we need to fund and broaden out. So I want to be clear. Tribalism and identity are two different dimensions, in the sense that tribalism is negative ethnicity. Identity would be, where do you hail from? And that is something you can be proud of. And that is something we can look for the best in all our different communities and synergize. There's unity, there's strength in diversity. There's unity, there can be unity in diversity. So that's my comment for now, so that I don't take too much airtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Wallace, for opening the floor in such a fantastic way and explaining. Like you've opened the floor by telling us the direction the conversation is supposed to take, and thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining right now, welcome. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, as usual, hosted by your self-claimed favorite host and your favorite co-hosts, Binti and myself. Asanteni sana. Today I want to talk about tribalism, and as well as put it, there's tribalism and there is tribe. Tribe is not a bad thing. Tribalism is the disease that is eating into our country. So what are the solutions? And how exactly has tribalism been affecting us? Have you been a victim before? Have you been one of the perpetrators that has led to when you're sambaza this big disease in our country? Please pick the mic, come. We want to talk, we want to engage each other, we want to find solutions to this problem. And how fast can we kick it out of our country? How fast can we live without mtu wetu, or Murima, or sijui wapi, or sijui Kisumu, sijui wapi, Ujaluoni, and all that? How long? So yeah, I can see we've had people. Real Joe, Jambo. It's been a minute, brother. How are you?
Jambo Kowino.
Uko salama?
Salama. Salimia huyo jamaa, nafikiria yeye ndio favorite host. Hi Binti.
Hi, kwaje?
Niko poa. Anyway, guys, before I even talk about the topic of the day, I have a very serious announcement. Just allow me, Kowino, to make the announcement. Today, the 26th.
Are you getting married? Okay.
Let me make the announcement. Today, the 26th of September, 26/09/2024, is my birthday. So mfanye ile kitu nyima jamaa, msikuwe hivyo bana. Msikuwe wanyonge, fanyeni ile kitu bana. Anyway.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Na M-Pesa pia inafanya, iko open. Mkikosa kutuma pia ni sawa. Nitaenda bichini. Anyway.
Pambana na hali yako kama Rigi G.
Haina shida, acha nipambane na hali basi. So having said that, I think I would just like to pick it from where Wallace left. I mean, tribe is our identity. Tribalism is the fault. And for me, I think it is a matter of mannerism. You know, it all boils down to mannerism, because it is just decent to be able to respect each other. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. It is just very decent to be able to respect each other and treat each other with equality and fairness, because I think the bottom line is humanity, not even that. We can break it down further, but the bottom line is we are human beings. The difference in tribe is diversity, and that is the beauty of humanity. So I personally, I would not say I've ever experienced tribalism myself. I can't remember. I've never experienced that, but it's a real issue in our country. I'll speak about it in our political arena. It is something that has been exploited over the years, and from the history from the history given to us by Wallace, we know tribalism has been exploited by the political class. Why? Why? In yesterday's space, I think I said this. I mean, the diversity we have in our country has been recognized by our constitution. And one of the fundamental principles of devolution was communities were supposed to be able to manage their own affairs. It is very critical. The constitution says communities manage their own affairs. That means the affairs of the people of, say, Bondo, huko ndani, ama kwetu huko Homa Bay, ndani, are different from the affairs of someone in Machakos, ama someone in Kirinyaga, ama someone in wherever, Northeastern. Those affairs are different. That the constitution recognizes. So it comes down that way, because the major issue we've had in our national development is tribal politics. That's why you are seeing, if someone that would represent your tribe is not in any national, in any political or any state office, you'll always find that development does not come to your tribe, and it has been that way ever since. It is wrong, okay? And on paper, right now we are seeing on paper, someone can say we have a cabinet that represents all Luos or Kikuyus or whatever on paper, but in reality, is it the same way? No. Do you have to beg? It has been made. You've seen the president, our president, one person who likes to make consensus. He's going around in each and every county. He went to Luo Nyanza. It was a thing. It was news that he has gone there to bring development. Is he supposed to even go there and show the whole world that he has gone to Luo Nyanza to give them development? No, it's not supposed to be that way. He's supposed to bring that development even without even going there. They deserve development. They are Kenyans. And more so in a country where we have very highly contested elections. Development is not supposed to, tribal politics is not supposed to divide us. Because even the president of the day, having won with a margin of just a mere 200,000 or so votes, means that it is very competitive. And there are also a very huge majority of Kenyans who had a different opinion. He needs to serve them as well. But in our political system, it has been those who take over think about their tribe. You've seen what immediately Rigiji and Arab Tama took over. Rigiji used to talk about shares, and he said he's going to represent the interest of Mulima the people of Mulima. He forgets he's a deputy president. His office is supposed to be a symbol of national unity. Therefore, he's supposed to represent even I'll tell you what, Majani Chai is even planted in Kisii. So if he's supposed to represent the interest of farmers or Majani Chai, he needs also to go to Kisii and help them also get markets abroad and things like that. It is a national thing. And that's why we have, if you look at it clearly, we have some of our industries have failed because of tribalism. Things like cotton, we should be planting those things. Where I read pyrethrum kwa shule in primary school. We don't have them these days. Why? Tribalism. So it is the political class, the leadership of the day, that has always made our country divided along tribal lines. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Binti.
Sama.
Before you go, let me ask Riljo something. Riljo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I know you are from the lakeside.
Yes.
Is that true?
I'll come. Let me finish the meeting. Yeah. Continue.
If we had a presidential candidate from Mulima in the next election,
yes,
and is the most competent, and then you have maybe another one from the lakeside who is not competent, would you vote him?
1,000%.
Would you vote the one from Rima because he's the most competent, ama would you vote your own because he's your own?
No. Actually, I'll vote for the most competent president. I'm not saying this because I mean that is supposed to be like the right answer. No, I'll vote for the most competent president because the constitution does not talk about a nominee, a presidential nominee from Mulima, or that has been a narrative that we have been sold. That has been a narrative that we have been sold. So I will definitely vote for. I'll tell you what, Kowino, over the years, and just from my experience, I'll tell you right now. I started some small business in 2019, a company in 2019, and so most of the people think that once you start a business, they deserve to get a job there, even if they are not qualified. I run a tech company. If you're supposed to work for me, you're supposed to be qualified in tech. Fanya computer science, ama IT, ama nini. If you've done that, if you are my relative, I can consider. If you are not, I mean, in fact, I don't have anybody from my tribe in my company, unfortunately. I'm the only, no, there's one person. There's one person. I'll not lie, there's one person. But it is all about merit. This is how we start to fix our country. We start pole. It doesn't mean that that is a fallacy from way back, from way back. And I'll tell you, I've seen it even with my parents. Because I used to have an uncle who was a principal in a national school. I will not say which one, because you will easily know him. He was a principal in a national school. And I'm telling you, some of my relatives were admitted into national schools with the marks zenye hawezi amini. So that is a problem, by the way. Thank you, Kowino.
Mamondo, how you heard Real Joe, we need to have a system that we credit people based on their merits rather than their tribe. And by the way, guys, there's 42 tribes. I've just gotten this from the government website because I had to confirm the exact number. There's 42 tribes, and Article 11 says that this constitution recognizes culture as a foundation of the nation, as a cumulative civilization of the Kenyan people and the nation. So we are all recognized under our constitution. Anyway, let's go to the African ghost, Paula. Where?
I can't. So I have to use this backup account, but this is still Wanyama. I have to.
Yeah, I just clocked the African ghost nikasema winu wanyama. Mbona sawa. Okay, let's go to HCl. HCl is that hydrochloric acid ama ni nini? HM Wakalu 72667. Can you hear me? Okay, sawa. Let's go. Wanyama, yes.
HCl. Can you hear Binti?
It's okay. Wanyama, your hand is up. You're the host of this space. Don't put your hand up. Just speak.
Leo mnaniongelesha mbaya huku. Acha heri niinue mkono nisiongeleshwe mbaya. So let me so guys, me, I want to learn something. What is the real definition of tribalism? It's like the way we ask what is women empowerment, etc. There's a real definition of women empowerment. Hiyo ingine inakuanga watu wanajaribu could define other things. But hapa I'm also asking, like, before we even go further, what is the real definition of tribalism rather than what we probably generally know, ama is it something we know as of today? Mi hapo ndo nataka kujua, because the way it looks today, it's just like ni kama kuna kupangwa kwingi, if you understand me. Kuna kuangana narratives mingi yenye tumeuziwa over and over. Things like, elections inakuanga rigged, it doesn't matter. Manze, some of us have done a tour to the IEBC infrastructure section, and I tell you, as much as they don't, I think IEBC needs a good communication team, because one of the toughest systems to actually hack. Now, you can say probably thanks to the death and the martyrdom of one Musando,
is the IEBC system. One of the toughest, by the way. The only way you can rig probably the elections in Kenya at the moment is not by infrastructure, is by fake it on the ground. So let's say voter turnout ni 20%, mna fake hiyo the rest of the 30% ikuje 50%. From the ground itself, not from sijui ati kuna servers hacked sijui nini. But we get the narrative being sold that elections sijui zimepangwa, zimefanywa nini, just to make sure people don't show up. So the same thing with tribalism. Is it that someone is selling to us that hii kitu ndio shida yetu, ama is it that someone is selling to us hii kitu ndio our strength, or is it that someone just wants us to get an identity of being defensive tukiona jamaa wetu ameshikwa ama amefanyiwa kitu? Or as in, I'm a bit confused, like what first of all is tribalism, and is it tumeuziwa narratives zenye they might not be wrong? Because mimi nikikutana na wasee kwa ground, na by the way tuache kukua very formal in the way we are expressing hii kitu inaitwa corruption. So wakisha define tribalism, mimi nitakuja kuambia vile tribalism inaonekana na my situations zenye nimepitia tribalism in a real way. Wasiongelea about, unajua tumepitia tribalism kwa nini, kwa matatu, kwa mashule, kwa hospitali, kwa all those places. Mbona tuongelee hizo vitu? Even it became, sometimes we make even some simple things in Kenya to become like trending at the same time. Things like, let's say, and some things that trend are not necessarily bad, but they're the small elements of tribalism that in habit forming tuna reinforce certain behaviors. Like kusema tu, like magari. I know I used to be in the matatu industry, and if you didn't say something like todie, or I don't know how it's being said, people don't understand like it's time for us to go or something of the sort, So ukiangalia, there's ways in which we have been reinforcing hizo tabia za tribalism in little aspects, mtoto akizaliwa tunamwambia like wewe ni Mkikuyu, penda pesa. Wewe ni Mluya, you supposed to be strong, wewe ni you guys get what I'm saying. Like we are reinforcing behavior in very subtle ways. Ama shule tu, like in even sports, why are most of the teams, just go and look, even the national teams except athletics, why are people from Western Kenya always there? Mbona? It's something that I don't think it's genetic. It's just something that we have subtly been reinforcing into it. But first, before niendelee kupeana hizo examples, na tuongee tu kweli manze, tuache hizi stories za kupeana vitabu only on this spaces. Tuongee pia ukweli tu, hizi vitu vile zina happen kwa ground. Tuache maneno mingi, cause hii assumption yetu ati hapa watu kwa Twitter ni very intelligent, sijui they are not tribal, they are not what, ni wamenyamaza. Watu wa Twitter na wa ground si different, it's the same people. Huku waneka persona A, na by the way Kenyans tuko na split personality. Persona ya huku online na persona ya ground mara mingi ni very different. Kwa ground vitu ni different. So someone please define for me tribalism. Tukisha agree on what it is, then tusonge mbele. Ni hayo tu.
So Wallace, hi. Umesikia Wanyama?
Nimesikia tu, nimemsikia. Amenifurahisha sana na hiyo statement about okay, the truth is we are all tribalistic kwa njia zetu. Kila mtu ako na kwa ukabila ndani na we are all patriotic. Kama kuna siku umewahi kuenda kupiga kura na ukapiga kura kwa sababu ya jina surname ya mtu na ni coalition gani, we were all perpetrators of tribalism in that dimension, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunapigia kura mtu kwa sababu ya surname, si kwa sababu ya ati ni mtu they are qualified imekuwa si meritocracy vile mmeanza tu. Imekuwa Wakenya tunaendanga tuna ikifika decision ya kuchagua viongozi wa nchi yetu, tunaangalia tu kwanza surname. Hapo hatuwezi jificha. People, you cannot con people on the basis of something that is not inside them already. Yani wanavutianga kitu iko ndani yetu, na tujue kwanza ukabila ni kitu mtu hufunzwa. Ukikumbuka when we are small kids, tukienda nje kucheza, hatukuwa tunauliza mtoto mwingine wewe umetoka wapi. Children make friends very easily. Inakuanga tu mnaenda kama ni playground, enda mashule. Hiyo hata si kitu anafikirianga. Mnachezanga, ni vile mkienda nyumbani mkikaa na fadhe na madhe, mnasikia wakitoa ma comments. Na huyu jamaa hivi. Na Wajaluo hivi. Na wale Wakikuyu, it is given to you by force. Na ukumbuke kwa sababu mtoto uiga mzazi, akishinda kuona wazazi, that's all they focus on. Wakiongea siasa wanaongea ukabila. Wakiongea chuki sailo, they are frustrated, wanaongea ukabila. Okay? That is how inaingianga sasa kwa watoto ama in the next generation. It is passed on. Otherwise, no human being is born naturally akichukia mtu mwingine. That's that didn't come in. So we are all perpetrators. It's there. I agree with you, Wanyama. Hakuna mtu yuko perfect. If need be, hiyo ni kitu inaweza fund. Na ndio unaona the current government is trying to refund. They know the what has worked for them for so long ni ukabila na division, and so they wanajaribu kuirudisha ndani. Na ndio unaona wakisema tuite Rigathi, let's have this meeting, let's have these Limuru meetings, whatever. They know, because when other people, we are so used to reacting to something we see, we know it is negative ethnicity. Watu watasikia wamekerwa, watareact. So the thing is, we need to know tribal, na ndio sasa by definition ndio I think hata nilikuwa nimeanza, tribalism ni negative ethnicity, si identity. Identity ni tribe. Na tumewahi kusema mbeleni, mahali ulizaliwa it's by chance. Unaelewa, ungekuwa umezaliwa anywhere, the language you speak is what you needed to communicate with your parents. Kama ulizaliwa coast, pengine ulikuwa unazungumza Kiswahili. Kama ni central, ulikuwa unazungumza Kikuyu ama Kijaluo, because lazima ucommunicate na wao wamekuzaa, na hiyo environment, hiyo community uko ndani. So for example, kasa hii nazungumza Kiswahili, I'm not a Mswahili. I can speak English, I'm not English. I can speak French a bit, but I'm not French. The language you use is for the sake of communication, so that I can transfer my idea to you. You understand every single thing I'm saying, and every single thing maybe I'm even feeling, because I can use a language. It is not the final identity. Identity-wise, we are all human beings. There's that equality. That's why there's a UN. That is why it is the same even in a lot of faiths. They know there's the equality of humanity. That if you had been born, and we have seen African children adopted by Wazungus. If you are born and by chance you are given to a Dutch family and you're taken to the Netherlands, you'll speak their language, but your identity will still be African as far as genetics go. So tribalism needs to be clearly defined so that we don't confuse it with identity. Tribalism is, I think I've even posted, it's that intentional, you embrace teachings of hating other people. You pick it up mostly from your parents. Remember, a lot of who we are is formed in our early years. We pick it up from our parents, especially because they're the ones we hear the most and we respect the most when we are small. And then from society, from our surroundings. So let's say if we are people in Central, we are being told, and in Nyanza, people are like this. And in Nyanza, you're being, people in Central are like this. That you pick it up from others. And unfortunately, you begin to believe it, and then you begin to practice it. You begin to assume one equals all. All Kikuyus love money and all Kikuyus are thieves. So you say, okay, how come there are prisons all over Kenya? How come there's police everywhere? If only those ones are the people who love money and steal. Because then these other places should not have police. Only Kikuyu steal. Central should be the only place with that problem. So the idea is tribalism forces. I meet Kowino, I am looking at his surname. I'm not looking at the gentleman. I'm not giving him time for his character to show himself. Kowino is an individual. If he's good as Kowino. If he's our favorite host, let me not start that competition, but or Wanyama, that's it. I've written to Kowino and told him, hey, I like the way you host. He can confirm that. I like the way he moderates. Okay, but the idea is the choosing to insist that because you're Wanyama, when in Muluya, you should be a watchman or you should be a this. You should. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's why this message has always been ukabila ni ujinga. I've never understood. I was laughing at what you said. If you didn't say to the, it's time to move. But the idea was, I used to challenge people and say, for 5 years, when you're a Kenyan, when you go to a restaurant, do you ask which tribe the chef is, or you just want a restaurant where you like the food? And even when you like the food, you even tell your friends, hey guys, come I take you to a place where the nyama choma is good or the food is good. That's how we operate. When you enter a matatu, you don't ask. When you enter a plane, you don't ask what tribe is the pilot. When you go to hospital and you need blood, you don't say, is this blood from a Luo or from a Kikuyu? We don't use it anywhere. Tribalism is not used anywhere in Kenya until foolishly, and most foolishly of times, it comes to electing leaders who are holding our future in their hands. That is the time the Kenyan, like an idiot, pulls out his tribalism. That's when he wants to use it. When he's deciding for his kids, why are we crying right now? These people are robbing us blind because we vote tribally. We have to kill. This thing is killable. We are going to kill it. And by definition, it's just negative ethnicity. If you, no matter how you want to define it, that's the only definition there is. It's negative. Ni kuchukia mtu kwa sababu ametoka wapi na amezaliwa na hautaki kuangalia sera zake. Kama ni mwanasiasa, wewe unaangalia tu sane. Huo ni ujinga. That's foolishness. So that's the simplest definition. It's hatred on the basis of, it can be gender, usually it's tribe, it can also be faith. Unaweza chukia mtu kwa sababu ya dini yake ama lack of, though all those things are tribalism. It should be, but anyway, in this aspect that we are speaking of the topic, it's bad because now it enters our politics. We use it to vote, and then we pay a heavy price. We spend, 5 years is a long time to suffer, because we are making choices on the basis of ukabila. We are not using meritocracy. When the government is formed, all the tribes say, what's our share? What's the national cake? How many people, which positions are we getting? And we are being crazy because do these people help you once they go in? They don't. We've said, we've seen on the news, KTN, ndugu ya Kibaki was languishing in poverty. No, I think it was a sister. You'd find even where Moi hailed from, poverty, Gatundu, jiggers, and lots of problems. These people do not help you. It's people don't realize they are selfish. They just use tribalism to get your votes or to show numbers during campaign so that when they rig, you believe that they won with numbers. That's how Kenyan politics works. These people, even this 2022, I don't believe, okay, everybody has the right to their opinion. This thing was facilitated by Chebukati, Supreme Court, and all that. Rigging, we know, has been a problem, 5 election cycles. But how does somebody enable their stealing? Anytime they go to an area, they pay people to attend, they give them t-shirts, they give them caps, so that you, when you watch on TV, you say, and truly this guy has support in that area. When he rigs there, you will believe that those numbers are real. So even us, when we accept to be paid and to show up to and be those mammal crowds we used to be told, and to create tyranny of numbers, we are perpetrators of this thing. We are all guilty, and we all need to change, all of us. So that's what tribalism by definition is, for me at least. Thank you.
Asante sana Wallace. Asante sana. Wallace just confirmed to you that who is nani ni favorite host wake.
I knew you were going to mention that. I just knew you were going to point that out again. So
yeah, but that aside, amesema I want to sijui kama the self-proclaimed favorite host amepata hiyo definitions sawa ama you want more. So the self-proclaimed host, Ebu, can you Are you satisfied?
Hadi mmesema mimi niende nikuwe
Wanyama
watchman.
bado nakupenda bro.
Hadi mmesema mimi kama wanyama niende nikuwe watchman, Kowino akuwe host. Jamani. Hii tribalism Kenya ni sawa tu. Anyway, that was on a light note. So I've taken one thing from Wallace. By the way, nimerudisha hii account. I've gotten the audio back. Thanks guys. Wenye wanauliza kwani nimeanguka nimeenda wapi. Sijaanguka anywhere. It's just that I always have a backup account after what happened last time. I was hacked. So niligundua account inaweza enda anytime. So I removed that one. So, what I've gotten from Wallace is we just need to define tribalism as negative ethnicity. That's according to the Kenyan definition. But pia natumiwa huko DMs naambiwa tribalism is the state of being organized by or advocating for tribes or tribal lifestyles. Vitu kama ku accumulate yourselves to demean another tribe, to accumulate yourselves to take opportunities, to accumulate yourselves to tumeambiwa tuache kusema yourselves, tuseme ourselves because ni Kenyans. Tuanze kuongea in the state of our, us and such kind of things. Na by the way, you guys, the way you feel very entitled kunipiga huku msomo kwa DMs na kwa timeline. Pia mkujange kwa spaces mkiongea huku. Mimi sijui mbona watu wananichukulianga hivyo. Mnanipiga msomo left, right and center. But it's good. That's how sauti ya mwananchi for all of us. So that's how it should be defined. Na manze, mi naweza wapea example ingine ya tribalism before nirudishe ile kijana anajisikia sana. Ni hivi, unaona, inafikanga wakati like it gets to a point where now you've decided, you know, hustles unajipa nini nini, and this I'm speaking also from being I was an owner kwa industry ya matatu. Manze, there are certain areas you can't work, or even if you work majority. Now I'm speaking about watu wangu wanaitwanga mechanics. Me, I love mechanics sana 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 sana. In the culture inakuanga very very nice, the attitude of a mechanic atafungua engine, amalize, agundue iko shida, afungue tena. Imagine, like they never give up. I like how mechanics behave and do their things, and they have everything in their brains, like how they know which screw goes where and etc etc. I like that's just engineering at its best. But watoto wako na gari watakwambia ukitaka mechanic mzuri ni nani, who are the best mechanics in Kenya again? Kwa hiyo unataka kujibu who are the best mechanics in Kenya? Ama
mimi sina jibu. Mimi sina gari.
But you get, like watakwambia ukitafuta mjaka, wajaka ndio, you know, wajaka ndio the best mechanic, they are trustworthy mechanics, you see? Things like those. Aya, ukitaka mse wa wiring mzuri, Grogo, huko Grogon, enda huko Grogon usikie wenye sega. Kwanza kuna katamu wanatumianga kawaya. You need a kawaya. Kawaya hawezi kubali mjaka yote aguze wiring. I don't know why. But vitu za seats, za gari, engine works, cleaning, hizo vitu, and it comes in those subtle nature. Mimi nimwambia mimi nitakuwa tuna highlight. Ukifeel umekasirika, mimi nasema tu vile iko kwa society leo, vile iko as it is today, and I'll keep bringing back more and more. You know.
Yes, thank you, Wanyama. Again, I have another definition here of tribalism, and it says tribalism refers to the behavior and attitudes that stem from strong loyalty to one's own tribe, ethnic group, or social group. It often involves prioritizing the interest of the group over those of others, sometimes leading to division, exclusion, or hostility toward people outside the group. In broader sense, tribalism can describe a mindset of us versus them, where people from in-groups are bonded by shared identity or beliefs and may marginalize or oppose outsiders. It can be seen in social, political, and cultural contexts. Moses Bright, jambo. Good morning. Musa.
Moses Price, can you hear Kawino?
Yes, yes. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Musa. How are you?
I'm great by the grace of God.
Amen. So I have a question for you before you start.
Yeah.
Would you marry someone outside your tribe? Someone who doesn't come from your tribe, especially someone from the tribe that maybe your people wanna feel, that is the enemy tribe?
Yeah. Don't have a problem.
Okay. Which side? Yes, pardon?
I'm a Luo, and most of the I'm married to a Kikuyu.
Wow. Watu wa iPhone bana, mwekee huyu kijana makofi bana. Mwache kukaa hapa tu mna. Mwekee mzee makofi bana, watu wa iPhone. But anyway, thank you for that. Now these are the conversations I want to hear about. I love such situations. Go ahead, talk to us now.
So in terms of the definition of tribalism, whatever, because tribalism has different connotations. So it's usually difficult to find a balance of negative and positives. So all these things, like the positive and negative, they meet in the middle. So I can see tribalism is like the same way, like we have like we say personality traits. Like personality traits, for example, there's someone who's a sanguine, someone who's a melancholy. So let's take, for example, like someone who's sanguine. You'll find that that personality trait has both negative and positive connotation. So with these personality traits, like they provide a particular balance in someone's life, and this balance always is controlled by, let's say, laws or code of conduct, so that when you exercise the negatives more than the positives, like you get punished. So you'll find that most of the time, for example, like the nature of human being, if there were no laws, we will have been doing a lot of negative things if there were no laws. But because there are laws, the laws control that side of personality traits, so that we live within the boundaries of the laws and regulations, so that we don't show that negative part. Now I see tribalism as also in that particular definition, because if you look at it keenly, you'll find that tribalism, in fact, it offers a balance in maybe a country ecosystem. Like you find that we are Kikuyus, Luos, whatever. And me, most per se, I usually don't find it like I don't find it like it's a negative thing when people like vote for people.
Moses.
Yes.
I'm also receiving DMs that ausieke physics mingi na kizungu mingi, ni kama unachanganya watu na connotations and nini. So but you're on the right trajectory, so go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll say that it will usually like to where was I? I've lost track of my thought.
Umesema you are mali ulikuwa unasema that you never see tribalism as a bad thing.
I just see like something which has positives and negatives. Okay. And I think sometimes like what politicians have made us to do is to focus so much on the negatives. And the negatives, if you look at it carefully, the negatives are things which are controlled by the law. No, because even if you look at our Kenyan constitution. Our Kenyan constitution recognizes like different tribes, different ethnicity groups. So it means like tribalism per se is not something like people can fight and then it comes to an end. It's like what we need to do is to find a balance. Now, what in terms of political, what happens is like, because people in Kenya, we obey so much, we disobey so many laws, it makes the negative connotations of tribalism to appear so much more that it makes the positive aspects to disappear. So I think what promotes so much negative tribalism is just we don't follow laws and a lot of corruption. And then because I also believe that if, for example, if Luos or if Kalenjins elect their own, I think that they are also able to hold those people accountable. Like if we say Ruto, what say that people who are Kalenjins cannot hold Ruto accountable or they cannot impeach him? You see, so I think like the way Kenyans we have promoted corruption, like politicians are breaking laws. We have never had we have never had good governance. So people, politicians are breaking laws, whatever. So it makes like, if we say like Kikuus are voting for their people that they like, it looks like it's so bad. But I think is our culture in Kenya whereby like we don't give credence to law, we don't elect good people. Even in those particular ethnicity groups, I believe that if your person like is not good, if you are to vote for your person, vote for a good person. If you are voting for your own ethnicity, so that people can benefit from the person that you are voting for. So I think that is the problem in Kenya. The problem in Kenya, I think we sometimes we confuse corruption and tribalism. So I think if we fight corruption and bad governance, I think tribalism will automatically reduce, and then we'll be seeing some positive aspects of it, and then we can also benefit from those positive aspects, because we can only find a balance in the ecosystem. Because even if we remove tribalism, all of it, you'll find that also there will be imbalance in that particular ecosystem. So we have to find a middle ground where we can all benefit. Thank you.
Okay, you've pointed out at the negatives, but you said we can also get something from the positives. Sijui ni mimi, maybe for a minute I lost you, but I've not heard you mention the positives of tribalism.
The fact that we can be able to organize ourselves into groups is something that is one of the things that promotes even our democracy. Okay, we see that in terms of election, where we find that we can vote for different diversity of people, and all these people, when you vote for different diversity, when they go up there, like we are able to promote our culture, we are able to look at our backgrounds. Also, we look at where we have come from. Like we look at some of the things that we used to do back then that were beneficial. Find that things like seeds, things like agriculture, things like some social economic activities, which are most of them are culturally based, and these are the things that tribalism promotes. If people are able to organize themselves in those particular groups, because culturally, these different ethnicity have their own, they had their own social economic activities, which most of them have been eroded, because as time goes by, we have not made use of technology, we have not made use of some of the advancement, and then we have left our culture. Like nowadays, we don't even use our seeds, you see. So I think those are some of the positive aspects of, like, we can easily benefit from them. But if only we reduce the corruption parts and governance parts of tribalism, I think we are able to, it is a balance. It's a like a balance.
Okay, because naona since you started speaking mikono zimeenda juu mbio mbio, nimeona self proclaimed host, nimeona Western alikuja mbio, KD pia alinua mkono, Peterson. So I want to ask you that lastly, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza, umesema tribalism is not a bad thing literally, because sometimes you have to elect leaders when you wanatoka from your areas and all that. But my question on your part, of course I agree. Ni kama uende coast huko, of course coastarians ndio watavai mostly. Uende huko Jaluoni Wajaluo watavai Western nini, because those are the inhabitants of those areas. So my question is at maybe national level, because umesema kuelect maybe mtu kama Ruto is not a bad thing so long as watu wake wanaweza hold accountable. Does it mean we elect mtu based on mtu wetu, even if there is a competent another competent candidate who is vying for the top seat, we just elect and the competent person hold him accountable later on? Is that what you're trying to mean?
No, I'm not trying to. What I said is like, if we are able to hold the leaders that we elect accountable. For example, let's say like for example, like Ruto, we know that most of Kalenjins like him. So we are supposed to be, those Kalenjins are supposed to be able. So let's say if Ruto now, as we have seen that Ruto is incompetent, can they give us can they hold him accountable? Can they impeach him? Like Luos, can you see Raila as someone who you can impeach? Yeah, we should be reasoning on that particular angle, so that also we don't. Sometimes we may be fighting tribalism at
Right,
expense of
right. I still think you're not answering my question. My question is, in the last elections, assume we have Ruto and Wajakoya, and Wajakoya is the most competent of the two. Should we just elect Ruto because we can hold him accountable later on? Yet we have a competent person who we don't even have to hold accountable, who will just work for the people who will serve people's interest.
No, that's not my point. My point is we should elect someone who is very competent and corruption free, and someone who, even if after electing him, we are supposed to hold that particular person accountable. So during the election, we look at the candidates. Okay, so for example, in the last election, we had Ruto, we have Raila, and then we had someone like Wajakoya. Can Kalenjins be able to look at it like this is our person, and he is not competent to hold this particular office? Can they see it in that way, so that they can see like, is Jakoya someone who is accountable? Let's vote for Jakoya and leave Ruto because he's not accountable. You see. Or can you, if Ruto is not competent, can you propose another person who is competent in that particular case? Even if you don't want to vote for Wajakoya, can you provide another person who is competent, so that Kenya can see, like, even if you have voted for your person, you have voted for someone who you are proposing, someone who is competent. Okay, so I'm reasoning on those particular angles.
So okay, I don't want to make this a back and forth between me and you, because I know other speakers also want to speak, also have something to imply on it. But literally, you are trying to say that if Kalenjins have Ruto in the ballot, and probably they feel Ruto is not competent enough, and Wajakoya is competent, but CEO is not a Kalenjin, they can just forward another Kalenjin name so that their person has to be on the ballot. Hata kama there is another competent one, they literally should not vote another person outside their tribe, even if he's competent. So they either vote their own incompetent one and hold him accountable, or second another name of another competent Kalenjin to vote for. That is what I'm trying. I think I'm getting from you. But okay, I've seen some hands. Before you answer that, you'll answer that later. So I can see KD, then I'll give Wanyama and Western if they have something to add on that, or to ask.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question.
Ask, go on, ask.
Not you, him.
Oh, Kowino.
Anyway, so tuseme ukiona mtu na redio unajua mse ni Mluya, si ndio? ukiona msee na fimbo unajua msee ni Ochi na wewe Ochi ni Mluya, si ndio? Alafu ukiona mtu akikula kuku hata kama ni Kenchik tuasi mtu ni Mluya, si ndio? I mean, we cannot profile people like that's what I'm just trying to say. You cannot profile people based on their works, professions rather, for that sake. There are things in life you don't get to choose. Your tribe, your ethnicity, your race, your place and date of birth, your nationality, your name, your gender. These are things that just happen naturally. You have no control over them. And out of this, you have a lot of love. You win, you share, you have concern, you have dignity, you have conscience. There are things in life you choose. These are things you plant or rather instill in your own life. Hate, influence, fashion, tribalism, hate. And these things will always have a lot of negativity in them. And I think tribalism is one of the things that we get to. Hate is taught. Hate does not just come out of nowhere. Fear is implanted in people. So hata uoga wagani kufunza. Nobody. I think a kid learns how to be afraid in between the first 7 months or something like that. So if somebody would ask me to define what tribalism is, I think it's just a state of being in tribal cocoons or groups to belittle the other people who seem to be of other ethnic backgrounds. So you always feel superior and of a better class or background kualiko. You don't see other people as if they are human enough to be on your level. You always feel superior, you feel special, you feel of a different class kualiko. Tribalism is our main problem. We can talk about corruption, we can talk about nepotism, we can talk about anything else. It's responsible for all the ills and the development, corruption, rigging of elections, violence, civil war. In post-election violence 2008, the guys who were in Eldoret were being ousted simply because they could identify. And it's very unfortunate that I can look at you and say, you are not of this region, unfortunately. And it's not even in Kenya alone, it's all over the world. You can think of a country like Rwanda that only has 2 tribes. But I think they've had so far the worst kind of genocide, basically just, Cain and Abel. The 2, but they literally almost finished each other because of what? That implant in them of, you are not of my kind, I'm not of your kind, so I have to do away with you. And I think we can talk of any other ills in a country, corruption, embezzlement of funds, whatever. I think there's no big monster that, threatens the peace, unity of a country like being tribal. It withholds a lot of development, unity, and just the trust of. Right now, you look at everyone and you think of it from the perspective of, we don't even care about what happens in Mount Kenya. But you see, now we're talking about Mount Kenya and not talking about the person who's actually instigating this. So it actually gets to affect a bigger Waluya ni Maochi just because one person carried a baton and stuff like that, And the unfortunate thing about tribalism is you'll never look at it from the positives of it. If there is itakuwa ni bahati mbaya. We will never say Nandis are good athletes. It's very unlikely when it comes to tribalism. You'll always look at the negatives. But when we talk about who we are born, who we are as Kenyans, now we talk about, Luos are good fishermen. Maasais know how to jump high. Luyas know how to dance. Stuff like that. But now when it comes to tribalism, we look at it from the perspective of, Oh, Kikuyus know how to steal too much. Oh, by the way, Nandi seem to be better thieves than Kikuyus because of what is happening in the country right now. So, and that is what, if there's anything good that comes out of tribalism, in my case, ni bahati mbaya. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, KD. Wanyama. You brought her back. My super partner co-host alikuwa anahangaika sana pale chini, and that could not sit well with me. Anyway, asante sana kwa kumrudisha. Binti, go ahead.
Asante, thank you for kunijulia
I
hali.
had a question. Not a question actually, but a sentiment huku. So, by the way, KD, tuanze na kwanza ya kwanza. I don't think Rwanda has two tribes. It was classes, and because they speak the same language, they speak everything. Whatever caused the genocide was two different. Perfect example of classism that was existing at that time. It's not tribe, but it has the same effects as you mentioned. So that's right. Vitu yenye tuna joke nazo siku moja inaweza leta shida. Ya pili, I wanted to ask, unajua Moses, vile ulikuwa unasema, and this is just a general sentiment. Koino, did he say he is Luo and then married to Mrima Babe ama?
Yes. He said he's Luo and he's married to a Kikuyu perfectly, and that I really love that part.
Okay, so that classification, I know it triggers. Yes, Binti. I was headed to something. Binti.
No, sorry, go on, I'll go after you.
Yeah. So you see how I don't know how to put it best, but you see how we actually celebrate diversity in the sense of intermarrying and doing all those kind of things. That is good. Now, to bring it close to reality, story ni hivi. If Moses, unajua tutaongea vitu mingi to complicate, to put theories to it. But nikikwambia vile Raila amebehave hivi, si wajaka wote ni wajinga. You get, that's the reality yenye iko hapa. Unakumbuka hapa hivi vile TL iliwaka moto the other day because watu waliambiana huku hivi that unajua since Raila aliamua kwenda hii broad based government, akaamua aingie na watu wakaenda hiyo tour ya nani anaitwaje ya Zakayo, si wajaka wote basi wanafikiria hivyo. You see, these are the realities. As much as we want to say, oh, kuna identity, kuna all those. You see, the way we celebrate this identity to extremes, the same way that same identity will be carried into politics. That's my point. Like, to celebrate that, oh, we are the only businessmen, your same identity will be carried into bad things. If we celebrate kama uko Western, tuko na very good food culture, which I personally believe should be exported, because there's the sports culture, there's the food culture. Even in Western Kenya tuko na bullfighting manze, unajua, but wase lazima waangalie hizo za Mexico za nini. We've never thought about exporting vitu kama hiyo, bullfighting into, inaitwaje, sports, super sport and all that, to monetize such kind of things. Because nilipost hapa siku ingine tukiangalia mse from example Kakamega akiongelesha ng'ombe na the cow response tunasema ni uchawi, unajua, but Mexicans have been doing it, other cultures have been doing it, but ikikuja sasa hapa Kenya mse anaongelesha ng'ombe ina behave. Ile siku Kalwale anaongelesha ng'ombe huku online akiongelesha imeua waka, and the cow was actually responding. But that's culture. People speak to cows before killing them, where I come from. It's culture also for people to, celebrate funerals. Unajua, where I come from, because vitu kama disco matanga and etc. It's a celebration of life. Vitu kama watu kufunga mizigo during holidays, Christmas, it's a celebration of unification. But Waluya wanapenda kubeba bags zao, wanaenda wapi? Western. But as much as they celebrate all these things, you see, if we celebrate one extreme, we better be able to also accept that the same extreme comes with also identification on the other extreme. So mimi nikiona huku watu wanasema bora tukaluya kashibe, kako tu sawa, na huko wanaongelea ma DVD, wanaongelea weta wakisema bora tukaluya kashibe kako tu sawa. It's ni tumeumizwa from both extremes. Tuna celebrate food culture na tuko sawa nayo, lakini on the other end we are failing. The other example is this: kuna kuanga na wase tunasemanga, unajua it's like hoodwinking. It's not a fact that Mau Mau are the only ones who fought for, you know, independence in Kenya. It's not. But ni kama the entire Kenyan history was written on the space of, you know, the Mau Mau rebellion and all those kind of things. This is the hoodwink, how tribalism imekuwa imprinted in us entirely, indani yetu kabisa. Oh, place. Sorry about that. Sorry, I received a call. Let me just local calls for now. So ukiona watu wanaenda, na me I want to be as realistic as possible. Nimeka Central Kenya for very long, and it gets guys, hizi vitu za wasee ku joke with this vitu za zinaitwa tribalism and culture and people how they identify with the culture is no joke. In Mount Kenya there are even songs, war songs, zikianza kuimbwa, you'll never believe how people change. Their demeanor, their everything when those songs are sung, when they go for those rituals. Si joke. It's proper identification. Si joke. Ile ukiona Mungiki leader na Maina Njenga calls on those boys and they sing all those songs. Hata mliona hapa kwa TL. Watu very respectable. Walikuwa hapa hivi wanasema oh, let's look at tribes at this end nini. Walipost tu hivi video moja ya watu wakiimba hizo culture songs while facing Mount Kenya. What happened in the TL? Now imagine on the ground what happens. Where I come from, every Bukusu can sing to you all the war songs. If you don't believe me, go and research on that history. There are very many war songs with the Matakweis and everything. Very many. My point is, it's a very thin line to celebrate your identification side. Very jokingly. Tutakuwa pia tuna encourage msee akisema extreme yako ni extreme yangu pia. Ukinionyesha culture yako nitakuonyesha culture yangu. Ukifika mahali yenye unataka push the agenda of, you know, you can be the intellectual, I can be the one that I'm not intellectual. Nitakuwa intellectual to some extent, but ikifika pali we go low. But the reality is, which we need to speak from, niyo yenye nimewaambia, identification. Hapo ndio shida iko. We celebrate it while cursing it. Sijui tutafanya aje. Hapo ndio shida yangu iko.
So, Santi sana Wanyama. Maybe, by the way, let me just point out something very small on a light note. Not all Kikuyu babes put a lot of soup in their food. By the way, we can cook. Okay, so stop saying that. We can cook real good. I laugh where I want us to get to a point where, you know, we're saying for sorry, Moses, using as another example. Tulisema actually okay.
Before I know you cannot lose your train of thought. Ladies and gentlemen, or just gentlemen, that is my co-host just trying to drum for herself. So please, if you are single, go ahead, my co-host.
Well, anyways, as I was saying, Ikituya, for example, interracial marriages. I don't like how when we see racial, intertribal, whatever it is, marrying from different tribes. I don't like how yani when you hear that somebody has done that, nasema well done, yani, like it should be like it shouldn't be a thing. Like, yes, recognize, celebrate it nicely, like you see to well done. No, that should be the normal thing to do. It should never be a thing of you're getting congratulations for doing what your heart wants. Like, does that make sense? If I don't know if I'm making sense. Anyways, Twende kwa Western and Peterson, you've had your hands up for so long. Western sasa.
Poa sasa binti. Wanyama SK Kowino. Greetings to you and greetings to everyone. Wanyama will tell you something. Ukiangalia hii mambo ya CBC, they don't want theory. They want skills. What they're not telling you, they may not know, or they may, is the theory, is the basis of everything. For you to draw a house as an architect, you must have visualized that house in your mind. For you to come up with a chair as a carpenter, you must visualize that chair in your mind. That's theory. You think about it. So, this topic, first, tribalism is awful, it's bad through and through. The question whether it's political weakness, it's awful. It's got very destructive consequences, and we're a living testimony to that as a country. Tribalism is an ideology, and ideologies are never good. You can talk about fascism, you can talk about communism, you can talk about capitalism, you can talk about feminism. Those are all ideologies. So in Kenya, our politics actually has got an ideology. And what is that ideology? It's tribalism. If you like, it's political tribalism. That's an ideology. It shapes how government behaves, the decisions they make, who gets to what position, who is supposed to ship out and stuff like that, and how people relate to one another in terms of prejudice and stereotypes. Those things we're hearing here. That's an ideology. You know, it's a frame of thinking that has got such an overwhelming influence on how people perceive themselves and relate to one another, and even how they define things like development, like prosperity, like unity. It's an ideology. So we have an ideology. But tribe is a pejorative word. It's a pejorative word. It's anthropologists are the ones who came up with the tribe to refer to African communities. And it's meant to refer to them as tribes because they're barbaric and primitive. Their practices are barbaric. These are people who have refused to evolve. You don't have tribes when it comes to Europe, but there are ethnic groups in Europe. UK is made up of ethnic groups. The English are an ethnic group distinct from the Welsh, distinct from the Scots. The English are distinct from the Irish. They may all speak English as a language, but they're different people. In North America, they talk about First Nations. If it was in Africa, those people would be referred to as tribes, First Nations. In the US, in Canada. Latin America, like Brazil, they talk about indigenous communities. Here, we talk about tribes because we're bought into that anthropological reading of us. Ethnicity is the word we use in social sciences. But in Kenya, we don't talk about ethnicity because it's so problematic. We don't even learn about it in school. Why do you go there? It's a bad thing. But I can put it to you. People study ethnicity across the world, and they write about it, and they theorize about it. So the word acceptable across the board is ethnicity, ethnic group. You go to Europe, the ethnic groups. You go to Africa, the ethnic groups. You go to Latin America, the ethnic groups. You go to the US, the ethnic groups. That is it. But when you instrumentalize ethnicity, as in you use it for political gain, economic gain, it turns into something else called political tribalism. It stops being people celebrating their cultures, their food, their clothing, their music, their rituals about naming babies when they are born, how they harvest their crops. You remove all that and you inject into it poison called political tribalism. Now there, on your hands, you have got something akin to genocide, like in Rwanda. You have genocide, you have got ethnic cleansing on your hands. That's what you're preparing once you get into that realm. There, we have got something called primordialism, whereby you've never met a person, you don't know even a person, but when they start speaking, based on how they enunciate their words, you think, now this is a backward person. No, this person can't get a job. I just looked at the CV. You can see the surname. No, this person cannot get this job. you are part of the interviewing panel. You're going to fail that individual just by looking at the surname. That's primordialism. It's irrational. And that's what we do in Kenya. You can construct an ethnic group, actually. It's not an old idea. The idea of Kenya is not younger or older than the idea of a Luo or idea of a Luya or idea of a Kalenjin. These are constructs. All of them are constructs. Even in Nigeria, the Yoruba idea is not older than the idea of Nigeria, even Igbo or Zulu in South Africa. These are social constructs. And because they are social constructs, they're also very fluid. You can move in and out, in and out. An example is the Kalenjin ethnic group in Kenya. Well, if you look at it, it's a pan-ethnic group, but it's made up of very distinct groups of people who look at themselves as distinct and unique. The same thing with the Mijikenda, with the Luya, and many other people. And even Luo. The Luo are made up of the Luo and the Abasuba. But Abasuba are a Bantu-speaking group. But as in Kenya, we don't have that group in Kenya. Why? For political reasons, you create a bigger ethnic group. That's what it means. But for cultural purposes, the Abasuba will tell you they are Bantu, and their practices are different from the practices of the Luo. But that's neither here nor there. So the problem we have emanates from colonialism. The people who had the Jomo Kenyattas of this world, they realized that out of ethnicity and politicization of ethnicity, you can make so much wealth, so much money, and escape accountability. You can divide people so that they're fighting amongst themselves as you and your cronies. You gouge out of state resources and wealth. Jaramogi, I will tell you why he fell out with the Kenyatta. Jaramogi believed in a pan-Kenyan identity. If there were any politicians we had in Kenya who were big-hearted, Jaramogi is one of them. This is a person who believed that they were fighting for a bigger cause, to emancipate Kenyans from ethnicity, tribalism, and the colonial yoke, and build a Kenya that works for everybody, irrespective of ethnic groups. And that's why, when the colonialists wanted to give him power, he refused. And he said, I was not the only one. We are very many. The other people in jail, let them come out. We get these things together. He was mistaken. When Kenyatta came out, the first person he dealt with was Jaramogi. Because Jaramogi was asking questions. No, land is supposed to go back to the people from whom land was taken. We did not fight against land appropriation by the colonialists so that we grabbed that land ourselves as the political elite. They fell out on that basis. And he resigned and formed his own political party. There was somebody called Bildad Kagia, a Kikuyu, also big-hearted Kenyan. He went to Jaramogi.
Wasted, tafadhali. Hiyo jina inaniharibianga siku, tafadhali. Huyo jamaa. Tumia example ingine, please. Ninakuomba. I beg of you.
Bildad Wanyama Wafula.
Bildad Wanyama Wafula.
Tumia example ingine tafadhali, naomba.
Oh, you don't want Bildad Kagia?
That was the...
He is Bildad. He is Bildad.
Oh, he's Bildad. I didn't know
named
that.
after
Oh, my
Bildad.
goodness. Your namesake. Okay, but this is a Kenyan nationalist, Bildad. We have to celebrate him. Bildad went with Jaramogi, and he was dismissed by people who are in Kenyatta inner circle. He was told, but why are you supporting somebody who is uncircumcised? Are you serious? Why are you doing that? And if you follow our politics ever since, this kind of circumcision is ever there. It started back in time. But Bildad believed that he did not fight for freedom to enrich himself. But Kenyatta satirized Bildad. He told him, no, you are so naive. People have in this freedom fight and they have made themselves rich. What have you done for yourself? So if you read Kenyan history, there is this riposte by Kenyatta to Bildad. What have you done for yourself, Bildad? You're talking about, emancipating people from poverty. You're talking about equality. No, but people are around you, Kungu Karumba and what have you. They made so much money. Please stop this nonsense. Charles Njonjo, Sir Charles, if you want to know that ethnicity, when it's politicized or tribalism, can create somebody who on one hand appears to be so much urbane and polished, but at the same time is so barbaric and primitive. Charles Njonjo, Sir Charles. He's on record as saying that he could not shake a Luo's hand because if he did that, he would catch cholera. Imagine where we're coming from. He refused. I can't. And these are people who are scheming during the Kenyatta era, scheming against Jaramogi, scheming against Tom Mboya, who refused to build a Kenya that works for everybody. So this history is what we're dealing with currently. And it doesn't just rear its head during elections. It's there on a daily basis. That people don't hold placards in the streets of Nairobi to tell you how they applied for a job and they believe they'll get a job and they didn't get the job. It doesn't mean political tribalism does not exist. It does. People just nurse their wounds and scars silently across the board. What does it do? It creates resentment. What do Kenyan political elite do? They tell you that, no, we're all Kenyans. Tribe doesn't matter. No, but they're being mendacious. Even Gachagua calls himself a truthful man. He's not a truthful man. He's a dishonest man. If you go to Singapore, they don't pretend that they're not made up of ethnic groups. They are. They're the Chinese, they're the Indians, they're the Malay. And their government policies respond to all those ethnic groups. They never pretend that they don't have ethnic groups. They do appreciate and respond to them. We here, we pretend there are no ethnic groups. No, but ethnicity plays a role in who gets what and what. Which means the real job. There's a question you were asked. Would you vote for, somebody said, a competent candidate from the Kikuyu community, or would you vote for a Luo? And you said, if tomorrow elections were held, you would vote for a competent person from the Kikuyu community. Let me tell you one thing, the real job. If you want to build a cohesive nation state, one thing you do is that you equitably distribute state resources. And there cannot be any form of state resource other than state power. So there may be a competent candidate from the Kikuyu community, and there's a Luo there you perceive to be incompetent. Given Kenya's history, which is the real job, you'll be within your order to vote for a Luo candidate. I can put it to you. Because Wanyama said here we speak truth, and I'm putting it to you. Why? Because even in Nigeria, where they also have got an ethnicity as a problem, the presidency rotates between the south and the north. If today they've got a president from the south, Tinubu, who combines the south and the north in terms of ethnicity and religion. He's a Muslim and a Yoruba. But next time, I can put it to you, the next president will come from the north. That's what they do. But here we pretend that we just look for competence. No. When you're a multicultural community, you don't just look for competence. You also equitably distribute resources. And then you put in place measures, institutions and structures to check against abuse of power. In Tanzania, our closest neighbor here, the presidency rotates between mainland Zanzibar and Tanzania. It does. They do that. Why do they do that? They do that because that's part of nation building. You cannot just say, we will have Sukuma presidents because Sukuma presidents are competent. No, it's not sustainable. You can't do that. Today, somebody from a minority ethnic group will be a deputy president. If something happens to the president, they will ascend to power. Or if the president completes their term, that person ascends to power. That's how you build a cohesive nation state. But this thing about competence and what have you, the real job, is what you're thinking at. Because you mentioned something very important, and I was listening, about your uncle. was the principle of a national school. It reminds me of what I told fellow Kenyans in another space yesterday, that this word merit and meritocracy is problematic in the context of Kenya. Why? Because those relatives you saw who had very, very meager marks, but they got admitted to national schools, those slots could have gone to other kids with better marks, but who did not know anybody. So they ended up to those, badly equipped schools, and probably they didn't qualify to go to university. So these relatives, because they went to good schools, they performed well and went to university. At the end of the day, you're going to say, there's a job here, and we'll only hire people qualified. But qualified, you who is hiring, you don't know that this person who has got a B or a B minus went to a national school, a chance they did not deserve, and this person with a C plus didn't go to a national school because they didn't have fees, they didn't know anybody, and they're not getting the job. But they qualify. You see how merit there is propagating inequalities and injustices? That is the problem we have in Kenya. We politicize things, we ethnicize things, and then when we're called out, we say, no, we're just one Kenyan identity. We just want competent people. We just want merit. No, these historical injustices must be solved. We must address them first and foremost, and on a constant basis as we go forward, if we want to create a cohesive country. These Gema things, before it was something called Kamatusa, Kalenjin, Turukana, Masai, Samburu, under Daniel Moi. People are ever forming big ethnic groups. For what purpose? For the purpose of retaining power, for the purpose of attaining power, for the purpose of perpetrating impunity. And the only way to address this first is to admit that we are ethnic groups, to admit that we have been very mean towards one another in the past and currently, and to admit that ethnicity has been used to kill people's dreams, potentialities, to deny them opportunities in life. And the same ethnicity has been used to undeservedly give people opportunities, give people jobs that they don't deserve, and enrich people who have not worked other than they knew somebody. We have to admit that from that basis. And then going forward, we can see how our institutions, how the Constitution can help us to surmount those inadequacies and that odious history. But denialism, which we have in Kenya, that ethnicity only rears its ugly head during elections, no, it's not true. We suffer this thing on a daily basis. As I learned, Wanyama, the media in Kenya is integral in the spread of political tribalism and dividing Kenyans. When Gachagua is in battle, they go to Nyeri and start interviewing people there. And when you listen to what people are saying there, it's this thing about Mtwetu. They are very integral in that. State institutions, when they ask you about your tribe, what do you want to do about my tribe? You fill every other Kenyan form, your tribe. Somebody has been arrested. You carry a placard there, your tribe is there. What do you want to do with that? What do you want to do? It's enough that this person committed a crime. Why do you want to establish from which ethnic group the person comes? Why? What do you want to do with it? Even civil society that is meant to address these things is no better than the state. They are also mired in tribalism. Somebody forms an NGO, and you find the NGO is peopled by his wife, his uncle, his what. That's tribalism. And at the same time, they're telling you how they're fighting against graft and autocracy and corruption in the state. That's problem. The education sector spreads tribalism. Myself, I came face to face with what tribalism is when I joined university for the first time. I had never come to realize that that thing could be so dangerous. That was the first time. So a university that is supposed to build a sense of national consciousness in Kenya actually builds tribalism. That's problematic. Religion. These things about religion formations, these things people form at corners of roads, those things foment tribalism. They foment tribalism. That's why if you want to know, on national issues, they never speak up. They keep quiet. They will only come up when Kenyans are about to fight among themselves. But you are the people who are taking sides. You don't call out people who are corrupt. You don't call out people who are killing young people on the streets. You don't call out people who are selling Kenya. You keep quiet. You sneak into State House, you come out with the fat, brown envelopes. Religion is part of the problem of tribalism in Kenya. So this leaves us, you, Wanyama, myself, and fellow competitors of this platform, on our own to think deep and hard on which Kenya we want to work for us. We can't rely on state institutions. We can't rely on the media. We can't rely on religious formations. We can't rely on civil society. We are on our own because we're heirs to this history, and this history of political tribalism in Kenya is important because it has got political and economic patches.
Kaka Western. Kaka Western.
Yes, Kaka Wanyama.
I always receive feedback that I should be putting you on the end for two things. Ya kwanza, wealth of wisdom. Ya pili, that Kaka Western has no shortage of words. He can, in fact, you should be coming when we are ending the space or starting the space. Hii maneno yako ya kukujanga hii in the middle watch. My senior, you should come in when we start the space so that you start
Thank
it.
you. Thank you so much,
But for
Kaka
now,
Wanyama.
I will humbly ask you to
I've
finalize in a
landed.
minute.
Nimeland, Kaka Wanyama. I've landed. Thank you so much.
Sasa, asante pia, asante sana. But thank you for the wealth of wisdom.
Asante sana Western, but just as you land, ni kama hiyo ndege yako kunaweza kuwa na bad weather, you might just take off again immediately. So I want your plane to just take off immediately again, but under maybe like 30 seconds. I agree with you that the presidency should rotate from maybe one point to another, kusaidia distribution of resources and all that. And this is the question I even asked Moses Bright. Now, assuming, okay, the presidency has been in two communities right now, ever since independence. Now, assuming probably, maybe in the next election, we have another Kikuyu in the ballot, but he's competent. And we probably have, he is incompetent, and we have maybe another Luo in the ballot, or maybe another Kamba in the ballot, or maybe a Costarian in the ballot. But all these other candidates are incompetent, and we really know they're just going to loot. Should we just rotate the presidency because we want distribution of resources, or should we go for the competent one, even if it means the presidency is not rotating?
Thank you so much, Escoino. Escoino, these words about competence, they come from, CBC. They lie to us. Those are fancy words. Please forget about them. Competence, I don't know, globally competitive, international standards. Forget about those things, please. We can have a clueless president, Coino, but if your people around you and you believe in a bigger goal, you will achieve your objectives. William Ruto, for those who remember, he had actually solutions to our problems. If you remember very well, William Ruto, he came across as somebody who had solutions and understood the problems of Kenya so well. In fact, he could even take notes. I don't know whether he still takes notes. When Kenyans were talking, he had a notebook and he was taking notes. And he said, no, you people from coastal region, I'm going to tailor solutions that will just address your unique problems. You have got a port here and stuff like that. You people from Nyanza, I will tailor my problem. No, Kowino, those words, please, let's just perish them. We have got a problem because our institutions are not working. We've got a problem because there's no accountability. So you can't tell who is a competent presidential candidate when they're moving around campaigning. And in any case, we will not vote for you on the basis that you're a good person or you're an honest person. We'll vote for you because we've been sold to your manifesto and your program of action. We are sold to that. We will vote for you on that basis.
Okay. Thank you, Western. I think weather iko sawa now. Everything is fine. Safe for landing. I'll go to data activist. Then Peterson, please. I know you are next, but data is leaving somewhere. So data, you can talk to us. Then we'll go to Peterson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for giving me the mic. And interrupting Weston is very difficult. We all want to listen to him. His words of wisdom are always refreshing. Now to the topic, tribalism in Kenya, identity or political witness. There are several ways of looking at that. Either the identity is used by the political class as a weakness, or the identity can be used by the electorate as an advantage, as a disadvantage to the political class. So I want to address both scenarios. I'll start with the elections in 2022, where in one of the counties I was part of a campaign team. I was the chief data strategist and in charge of collecting data, analyzing, and devising strategy for the campaign using the data. And when we started off, I didn't think we are going to use any aspect of ethnicity, because the county is cosmopolitan, and I thought we'd just collect data that is standard. But the powers that be asked that we asked that question about ethnicity. And so we asked, and we got to know this area, there are more Luya, this area, there are more Kamba, there are more Luo here, and so on. And that is one of the key variables that helped sway that campaign. And by the candidate won. The candidate won, is a governor now. The candidate won. And so in that scenario, that identity was used by the political class as a weakness, because he won, and I don't know how he's performing now. Of course, there are those who are not happy, but that aside. Scenario number 2 is where the identity is a good thing. It is used by the electorate, to the disadvantage of the political class. Now, this happened yesterday, where we had a space for Embu County. I'm not from Embu myself, but the space was about Embu Level 5 Hospital. And we were privileged to have the CCM of Health grace the occasion to answer questions from the people. But the gist of it was, when now recordings came in from Embu TV, from the locals who are being asked about the hospital, and they were speaking in their native tongue, about what is happening in the hospitals, what they feel, and all that. Never mind that I couldn't understand what was going on. I was just seeing the emojis of guys laughing and all that. And when the CCM came, it was played again. It was 8 minutes long, and he understood what they were saying. So it was a way of communicating to him what is happening on the ground. So in that case, it was used as an advantage, and it was a good thing, because that show down there doesn't know English or Kiswahili. They understand their native tongue. And we can use this to our advantage, as that case demonstrates. In the election, they will use it to their advantage, as the previous example demonstrates. So I think it's a double-edged sword, but we need to learn to use it more to our advantage, especially now in cases where we are doing like civic education, like in the case of yesterday. So that's how I would look at it. It is good and it is bad in almost equal measure. Thank you. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, data activist. Sorry for the wait, and good luck back. You guys, I have somebody else to introduce. Oh, sorry, no, Peterson, Kwapi, are you still here?
Yes, good morning. Can you?
Peterson, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, Beauty
Yes,
Africa.
he's talking. I can hear him.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning to Peter.
Yes, so I can see the headline is tribalism in KE. and identity or political. Is it identity or political weakness? For me, I will start with the statement made by someone who spoke before me. Previous, I think like 1 hour ago, Evie, the person said that there are negative and positive canons, connotations. So I think the person spoke two different things. For the negative side, I think it is where he handled tribalism. But for the positive side, he was talking about ethnicity. So tribalism is just favoring, belittling, discriminating, or any other behavior that you are doing something in favor of your community or in your favor of your tribe. But for ethnicity, I think it is what we are talking about, the identity. Ethnicity it is good, but for the tribalism, it is not good at all. There is nothing good about it because tribalism and racism, they lie in the same class. So there is nothing good about it. So it is just incorrect, bad, and dangerous to our country. So right now it is for a fact that because the president is a Kalenjin and the deputy is a Kikuyu, I think most of the CSS and PS, those people in government come from the two communities, which is a bad thing. So we should do away with tribalism. So every time we have an election, we have to get someone from Rima. So I don't know, I don't know why, but since independence, we have only had only two tribes which are leading us in this country as president or in different as deputy president. But is it good for real to have just two tribes leading us in the presidential elections? So that is very bad to consider Murima and Kalejin to lead us. Also, other communities should get an opportunity maybe to stand in leadership and see what they can offer for our country. So for that, me, I'm against it. I'm against tribalism. There is nothing good about it. Again, let us try and come and change that norm. Ile tu behavior tumekuwa nayo tu ya kuchagua watu kutoka kwa tribes zetu. Maze ile kitu ni kitu dogo sana. Sasa hizi most of us are educated, and also if you are not, if you have no information about it, that is why we have this platform to do civic education. There are good people here who have information, who have good advice to us, so that we may not go on the wrong direction. So let us all know for the fact that choosing someone just because he comes from your tribe is not a good idea. I think there is something that they brought on, the thing about one vote, one man, one vote, sijui ni 1 shilling, kitu kama hiyo. I think this is a tribal policy, and it should not happen in the government. It should not happen. Na haifai kupita hii kitu bana. Hii kitu ni tribal thing because they don't consider the situations of other tribes, because there are tribes which are in a situation where they need more money, maybe, who are in a position where they need more health services, hata wengine hawajaifikiwa. Like for my area mazee, shule za huko bana zingine zimejengwa na miti, na sasa unataka kupeleka sijui one vote one whatever thing. So hiyo kitu ni tribal sana. So hiyo kitu tunafaa to do away with it. So and again, people from Murima bana, don't use your numbers just to bring bad governance in Kenya. You have decided the elections of this country. Maze, mtu lazima achukue deputy from Murima. Hiyo kitu inaniboa sana bana. So let us march forward to do away with tribal politics na tufanye national politics, kitu ambayo itatubenefit si wote. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Peterson. Sasa, let me ask you, and Kawina's been asking this question during this space the whole time. Even yesterday, we had the same conversation. So, come the next election, if you're correct, there's only been 2 tribes so far that have been in a presidency chair. So, come the next election, if it's still only those two tribes, Kalenjin and Kikuyus, that have the best candidates running, are you just not going to vote them because they've been in power so far, so you need to have somebody else?
I think we can look and maybe to say something that someone has just said. Maze, unajua kuna hii kitu tunaangalianga sana kwa leaders, that is their manifestos. Maze, sionagi any good thing about manifestos because someone can just give you manifestos, promises just the way we have seen them, and then the person doesn't deliver. I think there are people who are good in leadership, and we have to begin a new chapter, not choosing someone just because he comes from those tribes, but let us have some equity. Maybe if we choose someone from Lima and the president from Lima or from Kalenjin, and he is a good person, then let him display the good behavior that he has, or the good characters that he has to the cabinet secretaries. Let's see some other tribes getting something in the cabinet secretaries and in other ministries. So inafaa akichukuliwa pia yeye ajaribu angalie the other communities, ajaribu kuwaleta karibu kwa government, not only giving those tribal men wenye anatoka ama wenye walimsupport. Sijui kama nimekujibu.
Sort of not. So mi nakuuliza, if there's another Kikuyu or another Kalenjin come the next elections, now they're the best candidates we have, who to vote?
Oh, if they are best, I will vote to them. I'll give them a vote.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah.
Toria, hi, good morning. Thank you, Peterson.
You're welcome.
Hi, good morning. Mkwaje, Wanyama, Escowino, and Binti and the rest. I hope mko fiti. We, leo mmeamua tuongelele ukabila. I've been a victim of tribalism in a way, like I've been discriminated several times because of my second name, and I don't like it. So I really hate tribalism. And in Kenya, identity or political weakness. Yeah, it's a political weakness in Kenya because politicians tend to use it as a way of division and as a way to bring among peoples and identity. Yeah, it's for identity. Wait, it's for identity. I think contribute to a lot of maybe political wars that we are encountering in the country as for now, because they are based on tribalism when it comes even from voting to what those blah 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 and hatred bring a discrimination among different tribes. Like naturally I don't support tribalism. Oh my god, hata sijui naongea nini. Yeah, acha ni load akili kwanza.
Umesema naturally you don't support it. Okay, how do you support it? But anyway, sawa. Lord kwanza. I want you to Lord first. Then you will come back. That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, tunaendelea na nilisema tukikuja hapa please tusipakane mafuta, tuambiane ukweli ndio to find solutions, because the moment we massage each other's ego, kama uko na kitu inakuuma kwa roho, toa, just get it out. Tusinyamaze hapa then ukirudi you go back to your cocoons, unakuwa to the same person, una discriminate watu and all that, because if we can't get these things out then we are not solving anything at all. At least heri tujue tu bas tuliongelea mambo na ukabila na hatuwezi solve, so we live with it, we just find ways of cohabiting with it. So tukikuja hapa tusianze kusema ukabila imeisha sijui nini, cannot vote someone from our place and all that, because we know last week I think Yosef Gachagua alikuwa na speech. I told someone that as much as tunapiga kelele, we have to know that 50 ama 60% or even 70% of the elected 290 plus elected members of parliament wenye wako kwa hiyo National Assembly will be re-elected again in the next elections. That is the bitter truth. Take it or leave it. Watakuwa re-elected hao watu mnaona wenye mnasema hamtaki and all that. they will be re-elected. And hizi ndio ukweli tunafaa kwanza kuambiana. So if we don't talk about these things openly and find solutions on how to deal with them, or how these 50% of people in the parliament cannot be re-elected and all that, then we are not solving anything. Because sisi tutakuwa tunakuja hapa tuna rant, but let me tell you, kuna huyo MP wewe unaweza kuwa unamwona mbaya. Let me give case example for Didmas Baraza. Mnaweza kuwa mnasema hapa aliua mtu and all that, but huko kwa ground there is just 1% of work yenye yeye anafanya yenye people wana feel hapana, sisi hata kama aliua, we are comfortable with him, we are okay with him, because sisi tutakuwa na rant hapa, but huko kwa ground we are not doing anything. So kuna those bitter truth, like bring them. Wali discriminate aje? Mimi nilishakataliwa, mtu akaniambia hawezi kubali because the grandmother hawezi kubali. And I was like, no, in this world, seriously? And I was like, grandmother, not even your mother. Oh God. Anyway, hiyo msichana wa Murima. DK, jambo ndugu. How are you?
Mbona Koino mnaniruka hivi?
Wanyama, I'm coming to you.
Hey, mtaanza kuheshimu mimi ni host. Mtaanza kuniruka.
Nimeona mkono wako, I'll come to you. DK, jambo.
Go ahead, DK.
Jambo sana Barela.
Leo tuko salama hapa, tunataka kujua ukabila. Wewe ulidiscriminatiwa aje? Mimi nimediscriminatiwa maybe more than once, and I live with them because mimi kwetu kuna diversity nyingine abnormal. Sisi we marry from anywhere. Yeah. Not to say I'm looking for a wife, but again, could be.
Wewe tunajua unahitaji bibi, shida ni sasa tujue tutatoa wapi. Wanyama mkono tumeona, nafikiri ni sababu ulifanya self proclamation, ndio maana kwa hiyo anajifanya haoni mkono. Binti, good morning, and to everybody else. Hi, very fine. Thank you for the chance. I wanted to speak right now so I can be able to also go and prep myself for my own space. It's also quite work to go after guys like Western, who've already spoken a lot. And for me, tribalism, the first thing I know that I've always looked at it as a double-edged sword. And it's very good that your topic actually asks identity or political weakness. And that right there, your title, is what I use to define the double-edged sword that I'm speaking about. On one side, it is exactly what Western has called, which is, it is imprinted in us in all ways. I don't want to repeat his words or everybody else's words. It is imprinted in us in so many ways. Hata Wanyama amesema in many examples that it is even now a norm. It is usual. It is part of life that could take on the element of where you come from, to use it to be a deciding factor to either give someone a job, give someone an opportunity to speak, give us somebody an opportunity to marry them, or whether or not it has become a norm for us. On the other flip side is what we have lied to ourselves as Kenyans, that tribalism only comes to life, as Wanyama put it. No, actually Western, I think, when we go into the political scene, that is when tribalism now comes to life, which is not true. It is only that the political elite has learned that tribalism is a part of us and has been made a part of us, and I'll speak about it in a second, from time immemorial. And so that is what they exploit from a political perspective. So it's a double-edged sword that goes both ways. That one is an identity that has to be cancelled, but at the same time is what has been used as a weakness of a people that know nothing better. And I'll say it as candid as Koino tells us to say it, know nothing better than to be tribalistic and not to be men proud of their tribe, not tribalistic. It's interesting that we're having this conversation, and I think I'm glad that as a people and as a woke nation, that we have chosen to be, we continue to tackle this concept, yeah, that has significantly influenced our societies, you know, particularly in post-colonial Africa. And the term tribe itself has historically has been used or was used by European colonialists to categorize the primitive, the quote unquote, what they called the primitive and uncivilized local communities that they were encountering. And these views are what they used to justify their actions, you know, the segregation, the denial of modern education, the resources, because they sought to civilize these so-called tribes in their own way and in their own time frame. And in Kenya, these local communities here in Kenya, they were categorized or they were grouped in what they called distressed, would echo they're the same, they echo the same way as the harsh realities of what we saw as apartheid in South Africa. And we must remember that colonialism, number one, never ended because there was goodwill from imperial powers. No, it was because there was a relentless struggle for independence that was led by African people themselves. And so despite the hard-won freedom, the legacy of colonialism has still resonates in Kenyan political landscape till today. Now, Wanyama posed a question earlier, and he asked us to first describe or define tribalism even before we go ahead. And for me to answer what I believe tribalism is, I think I would first define what tribe is. And tribe, in my understanding, is a dynamic association of a people that are united by the linguistic, kinship, cultural ties, etc. You also have to recognize that this term does not really denote inferiority of any kind. It doesn't represent inferiority. Rather, it represents an ever-evolving identity that can enrich a society. That's what tribe to me is. Now, on the flip side, tribalism, and this one I actually took from somewhere, and I want to read it exactly as I took it. It says, tribalism represents the politicization of these identities, what I just spoke about as far as tribe is concerned, and mobilizing them to secure state resources for one group while excluding others. And you'll ask yourself, what does that breed? It will breed negligence, it will breed marginalization, and in a lot of cases, like you saw in 2007, violent conflict that turned into post-election violence. So how do we confront tribalism? Kowino today was to stand for presidency. Even though I don't subscribe to what Western was saying, that manifestos are what, and it is true, manifestos are what have continuously, besides tribal ethnic identification, manifestos have also played a role in people being chosen to be presidents. I think it is a time, like the previous speaker, I think it is a time that we start changing that narrative. I know it will be called very theoretical. Western has hit me a lot of times before and told me, please, my guy, be practical about how some of these things are. And I agree, we have to be practical. But in my theoretism, I would believe in scholars such as Arendt, Lifford, and what's the other guy's name? I think Will. Yes, Will. I think his first name is Will, but I know his last name is Kaimlika or something of the sort. I will shorten it for Kim. And these guys are people who I believe we all know, and they have explored these issues intensively in different explorations that they have done. And they have provided insights on how ethnically fragmented societies such as Kenya can manage their differences. One of the things that I know they have highlighted that can be looked at by most people as theoretical is pluralism, which pluralism is basically defined as an ethic of respect that values human diversity. It's not merely an abstract concept. It is literally a deliberate choice that a people make to ensure inclusion. It is something that you make deliberately to ensure participation within diverse societies, such as the one that we have in Kenya. What does that mean? It means rather than allowing all the differences that we have divide us, then pluralism would promote unity within a diversity such as the one that we have. And it will often, and more often than not, it will soften the edges of potential conflicts. There's thoughtful decision making, there's substantial public investment. It is categorized as good governance. Pluralism is what you'd call strong civic institutions, having strong civic institutions, having a sound public policy. And the role of the state in this kind of a setup would be to nurture an environment where diversity is celebrated rather than feared or rather than exploited. But then it would start with the people. A people first accepting that tribalism is within us. It is not even something that will be removed by the persons that are speaking to us on those microphones or on top of those vehicles. It is something that starts with us first, then goes on. One of the other things that I saw they mentioned when they were speaking about pluralism is that they were categorizing it as two sides of it. They called it that it has a hardware and a software. And I went through that reading just to pick it as they had put it out. And they said the hardware of pluralism would refer to institutional frameworks, right? Our constitution, our legislatures, our courts, and if they would work, because they haven't worked in years, schools and media. Now, these are tangible elements, complete tangible elements that would actually support this kind of thinking. On the other side, software is what encompasses what I'm talking about, cultural habit, the public's mindset, the shape up of national identity and historical narratives. So for us to be able to combat tribalism, we must invest in both of them equally. And that is where I am praying that we are heading. So despite it being whether there will come someone that we term as, what we will term as competence is what someone will bring on the table, what some may call as a manifesto or their line of thinking. Because for me, every person that is seated in the current regime, whether they've tried to be a president, tried to be a governor, tried to be a this, I am yet to meet with one that I believe is looking such as this. Sure, there may be one or two, and I'm still looking closely, but I'm struggling every day to find one. So as we move forward, let us commit to slaying this monster of tribalism by looking at thinking such as pluralism and so many others that have been introduced by different people. This is just what I'm subscribing to in this moment in time, that can transform our society into spaces where every identity is valid, every voice is heard, and together we are able to build a future that is categorized as harmonious, respectful, and has a sharing prosperity. That doesn't matter whether you're a doctor, a mechanic, a barber, a mama mboga, mzee wa nduthi. It does not matter who you are. In the end of the day, it would be a harmonious place to all be staying. I'm not going to take it beyond that. I think I'll just leave it at that. But thank you very much for the chance to speak. I appreciate it and hope to be here another time. And of course, tukimaliza siasa wale wataweza saa 8 kujeni tuimbe za rumba. Thank you very much, Kowi.
Thank you, DK. Binti.
Sorry. I was expecting you to go after DK. Thank you very much, DK. Thank you. And yes, whenever I get a chance to, we'll come and see you there. Wanyama, I think I saw your hand was up before.
Hata karibu ni give up kuongea kwa hii space kwa sababu guys save me, I'm being harassed by the co-hosts and I don't know how to get out of it, but we are progressing nicely with the conversation on tribalism. And yes, I see several new speakers, which is interesting because Sauti ya Mwananchi. Man, you guys amaze me as we continue growing. I wanted to bring to light that we have not also forgotten about the lost souls at Endarasha Kids, because the mass is today. Manze, it's so sad again that those souls were lost, the 21 of them. And I was watching a little bit of that mass as we are here speaking about this. Na manze, enyewe mtu asiye kuja akatuambia sijui Murima sijui nini, hizo vitu zote tusiwahi ambiwa hizo vitu. But life is a life and identity doesn't help us in any way as well. Ikifika mahali yenye as well inachukua takes an outburst from the people for some things to happen or highlighting of situations, it's so sad. And these highlights only come around when identity doesn't help. Like, unajua vitu kama hii sijui ati Mrima sijui nini, when Mrima was standing up for vitu kama hizi it would make sense, but sadly Mrima doesn't work for such things. So this is one other example of how tribalism doesn't help us in Kenya. The second one is, and I said I'm going to give you examples as we continue the space. The government is the largest employer in the country, one of the largest, right, if I'm not wrong. Kenye nauma wa Kenya na tutaki kuongea ingine ni hii. Manze, who are the top leaders? Whenever governments change, whoever is in lead, wa Kenya huwa wana feel the same tribe takes majority of their appointments. I think that's also another thing and nimeona wase wana highlight, lakini hatupendi kuongelea. So, that's another show of tribalism, negative ethnicity in Kenya as well. Mtu wetu akiingia tunapata kazi, mtu wetu akifanya nini tunasonga mbele. But has mtu wetu helped us? Me personally, my DVD kwa PM ijanisaidia. Me personally, Papa wa Roma, we come from the same place. In fact, it's less than 5 kilometers between the homes. Lakini bana, Papa wa Roma, sisi wengine wetu tumekaa hapo, stima tuliona very recently. Yeye peke yake na familia yao wamekuwa na all the things in that region for a very long time. That kind of things. Mtu wetu is not building us in any way. On the positives of being tribal, should not be confused with culture. Kuna culture na kuna tribal. Hizo vitu mbili ni mbili kubwa tofauti sana. But anyway, who am I? I'm just here to also learn as well, but keep it going. I'm learning a lot.
Asante sana, asante Wanyama. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is Sauti ya Mwananchi, brought to you by, I won't say the other name, but I'll just say Wanyama Wafula, your host today, co-hosted by Binti and myself. Na tuko hapa tunaongelea ukabila leo. And again, I want to put this question to you, to all the speakers who are here and the listeners who would want to come and speak. Do you guys think that tribalism was brought to us because of political differences? It'll give birth to strong tribalism that has been dividing us time and again. Was it political differences? This is something that existed, that the colonialism brought to, like, we just got it from them instantly? Because I think after the division of Oginga Odinga and Kenyatta, that is where the tribalism ilianza strongly, like watu walianza kubrand watu like Kikuyus are bad, Luos think so, Kikuyus also think Luos are bad, and that was the beginning of everything. That is according to me. Do you think it was because of political reasons? This was